so or aggressive or something like that. Let me just give you a little bit of background info, okay? Because this is like, to me, was like kind of fascinating. So literally the only thing, again, very similar to the Douglas Murray thing, and they always trap me into this because I really am just like a naive romantic in my heart of hearts, which is ridiculous. Like I got to grow out of that at some point. But I just like anytime anyone before the debate is like, hey, we just really want to make sure this is like a good faith exchange and doesn't devolve into like name calling, and you guys, you know, I want to have a very respectful, good faith debate. And as soon as anyone ever says that to me, I'm like, neato, awesome. You know, like I'm just like, oh, okay, sure. Like let's have a good faith, respectful exchange, and we could actually talk about the issues because this is what matters. You know, all the other stuff is just a distraction. So this is what Charlie says. It puts the three of us in a text message. Josh writes back like emphatically agreeing. Yes, absolutely. Let's keep it good faith and respectful.
Dunbar, what's up? What's up, Dunbar?
I chime in. I go, of course, that's great. The 100%. That's what it'll be. Charlie, we get there. All three of us are in the green room together. We sit down. We have a nice conversation. Charlie reasserts that he wants this to be a good faith, respectful debate. I go, absolutely. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go out there. Josh's opening statement to the debate ends with him saying, I'm disgusted that Dave is on this stage with me right now. And I don't know, there is something, just like as a man, that shit fucking baffles me when I see it. Like, it just baffles me. I'm like, dude, you don't just, like, I'm not even saying you can't do that.
Trying to decide what to eat for lunch? Have you considered a pussy? Thank you very much.
But I could never do that while having previously just been such a phony. Like, doesn't your skin just want to crawl off your body? Like, I don't know. That's just nuts to me. It's the exact same thing as Douglas Murray. They both like initially go out of their way. It's almost like that's their attempt to like defang me, is to go like, hey, don't come in here being personal. But anyway, so look, I thought that was nuts. But anyway. And I did think Charlie was surprised that he ended up doing that. But so my thoughts overall on the debate are like, I think what I was saying before, you know, when you having a debate in front, you know, like I've done live debates in front of a live audience at like the Soho Forum, and I did one at Princeton University. I don't know. I'm trying to think if I did any others in front of a live audience. I don't know. I definitely 2 at Soho Forum and 1 at Princeton University.
I guess
might
the Cuomo one. That was.
Oh yeah. That's right. That was a live audience too. But almost always, I mean, I guess the Cuomo one, the audience was a little bit more riled up. But typically speaking, like in the Soho Forum ones, at the one in Princeton University, it's a much more academic setting. So you're just kind of like, you're sitting here and you're discussing your ideas. You're you know, you're presenting your arguments. When it's like a rah crowd, people, and I did this during the debate as well, it's natural. It's like you start playing to like applause lines. And so now everybody does this a little bit in those events, but you still want to be making arguments. Josh's opening was just like, I'm strictly just doing that. I'm strictly just playing this social psychology game of, this guy doesn't like Trump, and this guy said all types of things about Donald Trump. Now, one of the things I got to say, again, the debate went very good for me. The response has been excellent. Charlie Kirk put out a poll, and I was dominating in the poll. Last I saw, it was like 60-40. I didn't post it or nothing. I just figured leave it there. And this amongst his base again, which is a very interesting dynamic to me. But one of the things that I think is a big part of the reason why these debates go well for me is every one of them, right? Like you know my spiel, you know my take on this and my arguments. And so obviously we could talk for 3 hours about the argument if we wanted to get into detail. So you have to be condensed in these environments. But it's very, I go through it as I always do in these debates. I start telling the story and I'm like, okay, here's what happened. The neoconservatives hijacked our foreign policy after 9/11. The neoconservatives were joined at the hip with the Likud party and Benjamin Netanyahu. This is not a secret. This is open. You can read it in their own writings. This is who they were. This is what they wanted to do. They had this clean break strategy. Go read the memo yourself. It was written to Benjamin Netanyahu by Dick Cheney's men. Like, this is, okay, this is what, here's another, go read.
Yo. Happy Wednesday. Sorry, guys, for the slow start. I have no good excuse, but it's Big Red in the morning. You will, we can watch a better podcast before I get into it. No, I gotta post things and stuff.
Coping with crumbling states. It elaborates.
I'll let Twitter know.
Further on this plan. The Project for a New American Century elaborates further. This is what General Wesley Clark was talking about when he said he went into the Pentagon when the neocons had control of government and saw they had a plan to overthrow 7 countries. They wanted to overthrow 7 governments. This was the clean break strategy. This was their plan for Israel to overthrow the governments in the region. And whatever, we get into a lot more of the details about it, but this is the argument that I'm presenting. This is all on record. This is what happened. Iran was the last country on the list. That's why they want to go after Iran. And just like in Iraq, when they wanted to overthrow Saddam Hussein for completely different reasons, and then they wanted to get the Americans on board, they lied about a nuclear threat. And they're doing the same thing here in Iran, and this is what's going on, and blah, 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 blah. And so I lay out my argument. And as is the case every single time, and then my big closing argument, or what I brought into the middle, was the libertarian economic stuff. That I was like, look, we've spent $20 trillion on empire and war since the collapse of the Soviet Union. And there's no way you can tax people enough to afford that. And we can't even borrow enough. Even though we're $37 trillion in debt, we still can't borrow enough to pay for it. So what do? We print the money, and this is destroying the currency. And this is why you young people here can't afford anything and are just totally, like, your generation is just totally screwed out of, like, really, I know it's like corny when people use the word, but like, you're screwed out of the American dream. It's such a fucking profound thing to screw your entire generation with, that none of you guys can afford to be owners in the society. You're going to be renters forever. And you're lucky if you'll be able to afford just to rent a good life. You're going to rent with roommates or live back in with your mom, or hope one of you has a parent with some money that they can leave you. Like, this is what it's done. So this is my argument. And as is the case in all of these debates, Rob, the response to this argument is nothing. There's no point in the entire debate that, like, it's a pretty compelling argument I'm laying out here. If you can find holes in it, then fine. And again, I'm giving you a very condensed version here. I can defend this for hours and hours and hours. I just know this stuff. There is no response. Nobody ever responds to the clean break memo, or responds to General Wesley Clark, or responds to the idea that they lied about the nuclear threat in Iraq and they're doing the same thing here. Like, there is no response to any of these points. It's all just like either debunked like bullshit. But again, the money being inflated because we can't afford this empire. There's no response to it. No, and so instead, so I lay out like a bunch of this stuff in my opening statement. And then Josh's opening statement is like to pull out, he had a prepared thing to pull out a list of my tweets. Every last one I'll stand by and defend, where I'm criticizing Donald Trump. And then to go, after saying it was going to be a respectful, good faith debate, end by saying, I'm disgusted to be on stage with this guy. Like, there's just something interesting to me, Rob, about the fact that it's like,
this is why we need a real bold distinction between the word, the double G one. It's an important word, and we need to really create a culture where people understand it doesn't mean gay. It means what the dude Dave's talking about, Josh Hammer. I can show you some of the stuff. It's embarrassing. Literally, I watched the debate. I was watching the debate, and Dave's opening statement is like this, that, you know, it's this, that, and the third about Israel. This is what they're doing wrong. This is what I don't like. This is bad. Da da da. And then Josh Hammer hops on. Actually, ironically, he immediately hops on Trump's dick. And so Dave says all that. These are the bad things that Israel's doing, and neocons are bad, and this is why, you know, like doing an insane thing where he's giving reasons. You know what I mean? He's like making statements and then backing them up with reasons and logic and stuff. And then Josh Hammer goes on and he goes, here's the list of things Dave said bad about Donald Trump. And it's like, dude, are you like, and you like want to have a civil debate. You want to like, I want to be a guy who has a civil conversation, but it gets to a point where it's just like, I have to call you the double G because there's nothing else to do. Like you're not being a good faith actor. You're not participating in a way that is beneficial to anyone. You're just being a double G, brother. You're just being a classic double G agate. It's and that doesn't mean gay. It means a guy who to me it really just means a person who is just fully wrapped up in themselves or their agenda. They don't consider anyone else in the moment. And they will, I mean, they'll just completely be a roadblock to anyone's good time because they have resolved all idea of like voluntary exchange and interaction. They've just given up on I love me some double G's, baby. Hopefully, shout out Tonye over on the YouTube. Tonye on the YouTube. Hey, Streambot, get the fuck out of here. Because I think like a woman. Well, yeah, that is a thing we need to do more. I've been trying to be better about it. I try to do it with my friends and people I love whenever I can, but and this might be me also. Well, I don't know. I think this is more strategic. I don't think I'm acting like a woman. I'm more being strategic, but because I don't want to like be a complete nasty fucker, but I do, you know, if someone's just acting like a fucking woman in a negative way, because there's a lot of beautiful women out there that add to the whole thing. You know, it's the same way if like a chick comes into a situation and starts having like dude energy. You're like, no, be like a lady that is like, do the things you do as a lady that make the world beneficial. Stop pretending to be this other thing. Stop, you know, do the things that come natural to you that make you a beautiful being in this world. And it's the same thing with men. Be the beautiful, positive being. Don't act like a goddamn woman. But yeah, my favorite thing to do, and no disrespect to my wife, she's a beautiful lady and she's one of the best people I've ever met in my life. But my favorite thing to do is when my friends start acting up. Maybe they start acting like broads. I love to throw it out there. I'd be like, brother, my wife did that shit last week. Get that the fuck out of my face. And it's because there's a difference between name calling. Like I could just be like, you being a little fucking girly bitch. They could you know, I'm trying to have progress in this moment, and they could easily just shoo that away as like, oh, you're just name calling. But if I have like hard evidence, I'd be like, oh, this thing you're doing right now, my wife does this when we have fights. So are you going to fight with me like we've been married for 10 years? Is that what you're going to do to me right now as my guy friend? Are you going to fight with me like we're married and have a house together? Is that what you're going to do? You can do that if you want, but you better let me crack that open. I'm just saying, if you're going to argue with me like my wife, you, my closest guy friends, you better let me crack that shit open. South Park had a whole episode about it. Yes, they did. Now, because it's just like, I'm not even like obviously I'm being funny, but like there's part of me where I'm like, dude, I'm not being funny. It's like, it gets to, and you need to like respect the word. You need to have respect. You can't just throw it out willy-nilly. You know what I mean? You know, it's like the slide on an airplane. You can't just hit that because now it's just like, all right, dude, you're like wasting everyone's time. We're gonna be late. We got to re-roll that up. The flight's probably gonna get canceled. All this other kind of shit. Sorry. Sure. Sorry, Lemaire just texted me about podcast stuff. Hell yeah. All right. What was I saying? Speaking of people act like women, Lemaire Lee? No. What the fuck was I talking about? All right. Sorry about that. Gotta be careful with all the double G's. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's an important word. It's an important word. I think it's sorry. Lemaire just asked me something about editing the podcast, and I'm thinking about things and okay. Yeah, what was I saying? It's an important word. It has, oh shit, missed the alert. I tried to put, I'm trying to be better about, you know what? Let me post on Instagram too about the podcast. Oh, baby. That's so funny. I hope they're having fun in California. I was really happy to see that they got up on the Comedy Store, which was really cool. And like they made it, not that they made it a thing, but like the way that they posted it on Instagram made them kind of look a little bit cooler. Where they were like, "Ooh, big announcement! We just added Lemaire Lee, Nate Marshall, and Sean Gardini." And I go, "That's neat. That makes you guys look cool. That's pretty sick." So I was happy about that. Yeah, because I know they fuck with that shit hardcore. I mean, I fuck with that shit too, but no, I know they're having like it'd be one of those things like when Shane took us to SmackDown. I'd be like, oh yeah, if I if I found out, like, I don't know, not that I'm not owed anything in any way. Let me make that clear. I'm not owed in anything. But there would be, I'm not gonna lie, if I found out like Nate got invited to SmackDown like over me, there would definitely be, which once again, even saying that out loud, I sound like a fucking dork. But humans are humans, where you're just like, you find like SmackDown would be a thing that I'd be like, fuck, I'd love to go to that. That sounds so fucking fun. But then when it's like a thing like the ESPYs, I go, that would be, not that I'm not even not that there was even a consideration probably to invite me, but I don't know. That's one of those things where I see them and I just go like, you guys have fun at that. That looks fucking fun for you guys. That looks fucking awesome. Not that I would probably, I think I was joking with someone. I was like, I would just be there being like, who's that guy? Who's that guy? Who's that guy? I'd just be like a fucking girlfriend there. So yeah, I'm happy they're doing that shit. That shit looks fun. But Shane, if you ever get to host anything wrestling related, please, please consider inviting Andy again. It was so fun. Once again, I probably shouldn't even talk about this shit because it sounds embarrassing when I talk about it. But like, because I don't want it to come across like I'm owed anything. Like, I'm friends with Shane, so I'm owed that. No, I'm not. I don't want to come across like I'm owed anything because I'm not. But when Shane brought us to fucking SmackDown, two things. One, Cody Rhodes, coolest dude ever. Let us hold the belt. So fucking cool. Two, actually also two, Braun Strowman. Who did he get fired? I can't remember. Braun Strowman also. Oh, that's a funny name. Sorry, Lemaire sending me the name of the podcast. Very funny name. Oh yeah, Roman. Not Roman. Dude, I wish I met Roman Reigns. Braun Strowman. Got to meet him. Really cool fucking dude. The Miz. The Miz was a dude I didn't expect to like spaz over. But then like you meet him and you think about it and you're like, he is one of the most like Miz will go down in history as like one of the best, but also one of the most underappreciated. No one dislikes the Miz, but I don't think people give him enough credit for being such a fucking top tier wrestler and persona. Miz was really cool. And then also I wasn't prepared for how I wasn't prepared for how goddamn pretty every lady on that show is. Just like Liv Morgan walked by and I was like, oh my fucking God. Like, dude, whoever's working there at WWE has great taste in people. Because like every lady there is like stunning. It's uncomfortable. Yeah, all the ladies, and also too, they're all just in their underwear basically. So you just have like the prettiest ladies in the world in their underwear. You're like, Jesus fucking Christ. You know what I mean? You turn into a little kid. But yeah, that was pretty sick. Shout out Shane for bringing me to Smash. Shane has helped me out with two of the coolest things ever. He brought me to SmackDown, helped me meet Cody Rhodes, and then he brought me to Run the Jewels. And we went backstage and I got to shake hands with Killer Mike and LP. And then they were all Shane and then we're talking to LP and I was standing there like, don't be because if you guys don't know, I'm sure a lot of you know, but if you're new to the stream, Run the Jewels is like my top band, top rap group. Yeah, I think I literally I think I said to Killer Mike, I'm pretty sure I said pleasure to meet you, sir. Like I was just a complete like the whole time I was like, don't be a complete, don't be an agate, don't be an agate, don't be an agate. I was just in my head, like, don't be a complete fucking agate. And then I was like, so I kind of was like halfway. I was just quiet, respectful, and I was like, pleasure to meet you, sir. And then we saw LP. Killer Mike too, just it's funny, like him and LP are like about the same age, I think. Are they Killer Mike age? I think they're both the same age. Yeah, Killer Mike's 50. LP age. What's that? 75. So he's also 50, yeah. Yes, they're both 50. And Killer Mike has the vibe. You know what I mean? Like that's like a 50-year-old man. You know what I'm saying? That's a grown ass man. Oh wait, where's the fucking goddamn it didn't switch again. Yeah, Killer Mike has the energy of a dude who's like that's a grown ass man. Even when like this is probably a picture of him in his like late 20s, early 30s. He still looks like a grown ass man. It's probably because of how he dresses and shit. He just looks like an adult. And then LP, the general vibe, and this is probably like this picture was probably taken a couple years ago, so he's like mid 40s, which by the way, I do like that two of my favorite rappers look like they could be my uncles or real fathers. And I don't know, there is probably something to the fact of being a chubby redhead, which LP, props to him, he looks like he lost a bunch of weight. He's looking good. But even Action Bronson, he went from big fat guy to just thick, sturdy ass guy. And yeah, dude, like these are two of my favorite rap. It's got to be something like because I don't do this consciously, but I think it's just the fact that it's like they're like redheaded white dudes who are just kind of like swag the fuck out. You know, I can just relate to that, guys. But it's like the same thing. It's fun. You know, it's funny too with LP because I'm especially at this picture. I'm like, we look. Not like maybe not currently because like my hair's real different, but like I've looked exactly like this. I've looked exactly like this many times in my life. And it's kind of weird because we literally have I'm pretty sure we have the exact same birthday. I think that's the case. Yeah, March 2nd, and he is 15 years older than me. Yeah. So yeah, me and there we go. Me and LP have the exact same birthday. What about Jin Lee? No, not me. The only similarities with Jin Lee is we me and him talk similar. But no. I don't know. How old is Jin Lee? Yeah, his situation's interesting. I don't know. That is so I don't know how old Jin Lee the rapper is, but this random Asian lady is 37. So that's the best info. That's the best info we have right now. This random Asian lady is 37. So I guess we'll go with that. Now that's that Jin Lee guy. Is that how you spell his name? Is it Ginn? I don't know. His thing's interesting because I don't. Shut up. I don't get like. I'm not gonna pretend to get like. I'll be straight up. I'm not gonna pretend to get like offended. Like, oh my god, how'd you say that? You know, when I'm watching shit on the internet, when I'm just like watching shit on the internet, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend to get like offended by the N-word or like naughty or like I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like it's gonna create like a big emotion out of me if I'm just sitting at home on my fucking phone like perusing the internet. Now, if we're out and about, like if I was at the creek chilling and some Jin Lee guy walked up and started popping off the N-word, I think I would start to get a little bit more uncomfortable because there's a difference between Ben Seal, brother. You were going crazy in the chat or in the comments a little bit ago on some of those videos. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the love and support from you, brother. But yeah, what the fuck was I getting at? I don't know. The N-word's bad. I don't know, but I can't, and I don't like deny anyone else's fucking thing with that. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of white people try to do that because they'll like, you know, and there's the logical argument where you're like, it's just a word. It's just you take the N, the I, the G, and the other word, the other letters. They're letters, and you put them together. But then it's like, yeah, but like, you understand. It's why some of my friends, I remember Nate was getting confused because there was like some shit. He was like, white people are getting sensitive to like racist shit like they didn't used to. And it's like I had to explain it to him. I'm like, yeah, because like people are attacked like online at least. Like this is all online. I don't experience any of this shit in real life. Like maybe here and there you hear someone make a comment, but it's never to any degree that like really affects my life. It's all internet shit. But there was like, you know, it was a little bit before Trump got in office. The whole the sort of attacks and fuck yous to like white people online were kind of like ramped up and like becoming a little bit more normalized to a point where I was like, I don't care for this. And I remember feeling those feelings where it was a thing where it was like I remember talking to Nate about it with like the term white boy, where I don't care about that. Like normally if I was in I was joking with him. I was like, if you said it, like you've never said stuff like that. So if you just say that, it's going to sound weird and I'm going to take it condescending. But also it's like I've been around hood ass black dudes who just kind of say, and you don't take anything by it. But then in the context of like the internet, maybe white boy is not the best example, but in the because like that's more of a thing that like hood black dudes say. But I'm trying to think of a better example where Well, I guess I'll put it like this. Like when I would see more of the woke shit going on online, and it's like I was the type of dude who would just like, you guys know me, I talk about it all the time. I don't care for the racial stuff. I think it's like almost entirely a distraction. I'm sure there's some merit in some of the conversation, but the way we talk about it now, it's like almost entirely a distraction. And so I don't really care for it. But there are a lot of times where you see with the woke shit coming up, you start to understand like where they're coming from. So I'm learning now some of the stuff you say that used to never register to me. I'm actually learning that could actually come out, that could actually be interpreted as a fuck you towards me. So now I'm starting to learn that there's more fuck yous happening towards dudes who look like me than I previously thought. So through the transitive property, guys like me are going to become more defensive. You know, like it basically sums up to when I was younger, it all felt like all the jokes and stuff felt like all fun and games. You know what I mean? Like almost the sense of like when you're doing, like when you see Big J do crowd work and he says a bunch of racist shit. It's not that he believes it all. It's that it's just like, no, this is just what I know works to like from a joking around standpoint. That's what I thought it was for the longest time. And then when I got older and it was like that time period right before Trump up until very recently, I was like, now it's starting to feel like you guys mean it. And now I don't like it as much. So now, like it all. I love doing Trump hands. So that's kind of like where I was coming from on a lot of that stuff. I was like, normally I don't give a fuck about this, and I let this go, you know. But as of recently, you guys have been, and I'm saying broadly about like the woke people who are being cunts for a while. You know, this has turned into a much clearer fuck you than it ever was before. So now, you know, it's like we're not on. I think that's where I remember talking to Nate about this. I think that's where he was getting fucked up. It's like, I think you're still rocking with like early 2000s rules. And it's like they changed the rules. Well, this used to be just fun and games joking around. Now they're really meaning it more so than they were. So, you know, it's like, I want to just joke around, but if you guys are going to come at me with some fuck yous, I'm not trying to be treated poorly. So, you know what I'm saying? That's why I know for me, I got a little bit less stuff like that. I'd be a little more hesitant against, because I was saying before, if this is a fuck you, then I'm not going to be as primed to joke around. You know what I mean? Yeah, so there's that, but I think we're getting away from that shit, which is nice. I think it was just a thing for a little bit, but it got like they overplayed their hand. You know what I mean? I think that's what it was for the time, but I think they like overplayed their hand a little bit, so now we're in like a better place on that kind of stuff. But what did I want to talk about? I know I've been watching a bunch of this guy's stuff, but he's been killing it. So, ooh, what is this? Trump has been wrapped around Epstein's finger for decades. Interesting. Let's check that out. Biondi? Isn't it just Bondi? Oh, so this guy's head is gigantic. He looks like fuck. I'm trying to remember. There's a superhero from a cartoon. There's like the something with the chin. There's what am I thinking of? There's a superhero from a cartoon where the joke would be he would have a giant chin. Is that a thing? Is that something, guys? Please help me out. I've learned to never assume anything in these situations, but brother, Does Trump look implicated? I would say more so he's I don't know, because there's all like once again, Trump's the fucking wild card of all wild cards. You know, he's the wild card of all wild cards. So who the fuck knows? Maybe there's nothing on him. It doesn't feel like it. It feels like there's everything on him right now. It feels like Crimson Chin. Thank you. See, I knew you guys would come through for me. Crimson Chin. All right, now we have to look that up. Now we have to go see if he looks like the Crimson Chin. Now we have to. The Crimson Chin. I put that wrong. There we go. Look at that. Maybe. No, he makes me think of like, he's got like, you know what it is? He's got Joe from Family Guy head. He just has such a thick head. It's crazy. Anyway, enough of that. I mean, he's got a fucking point. I just posted a video about it today on the YouTube. We talked about it at the end of stream yesterday after the stream kind of fucked out, but it is like, I don't know what, when it comes to this like team politics shit, I don't know what will break a person out of the fucking that matrix. I don't know what the fuck needs to happen. Where it's just like, if it's not, you know, because like we've talked about it a bunch, and that's one of the biggest detriments to any of this political discourse. The team politics thing. If you're doing team politics, you're fucking up. You're you're part of the problem. Shout out Dave Smith. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what's up, Derek? Derek in the chat. What's up, brother? But yeah, you're part of the problem. You're contributing to why everything fucking sucks ass. And then like you see all this stuff, and you know, and people will talk about people like Tucker or Megyn Kelly and how they're all having, you know, they're all good now, but they've had bad track records in the past. And it's like, sure. But also, I mean, to dudes like Tucker, in their defense, he will openly apologize for any bad opinion or any negative thing he's ever supported. So I give him major props for that. You know, honestly, besides his whole I've poked fun at him for his nicotine opinions, but besides that, Tuck seems like an upstanding citizen. I mean, I know all my conspiracy bros. He's got those connections to the CIA, and you know, once a Fed, always a Fed. A lot of people believe so. There is that, I guess, where you got to arm's length him maybe, but I don't know. It gets to a point where it's like, I mean, he only says good shit, you know, and so I trust him. But either way, I'm getting off track. So a lot of people look at the Tucker Carlson's, Megyn Kelly's, and they'll be like, they have a bad track record. And I go, I don't know, man. I'm just happy. I get that. I also, too, I'm a type of guy who's fucked up immensely. I've gone through 50 different versions of myself to try to like find who is the best version of me, yada, 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 all a bunch of fucking hippy-dippy bullshit like that. And it's like, brother, you could, I know for me personally, you could just get a random, just like if you had a machine that was like, give me a random 10-minute chunk of something Andy said on a podcast when he was 28. Just random shit like that. I mean, there's a 50-50 shot I'll want to kill myself at how embarrassing the clip is. You know what I mean? So like, how could I, you know, I also, it's like, how could I judge people for having bad opinions? So I really base my life on like, you know, okay, you fucked up, but are you going in the right direction? Did you apologize for it? Did you admit you were wrong? And are you not going back to doing the fuck shit? You know what I mean? It's like with Trump. Trump was a fuck up, and he's like, we're not going to fuck up ever again. And then, you know, pretty clearly this week, it's like, it seems like you're fucking up pretty hard, T-Dog. Seems like you're fucking up pretty fucking hard. So, you know, that's why it's sort of like, all right, I'm done with Trump and shit like that. But, you know, a lot of these people, it's like, dude, they're I don't know, they're showing their their penance or whatever the fuck. And you know, let me back this up. I actually forget why I got off on this tangent. I think I just been watching clips of Megyn Kelly's fine ass, and I'm getting distracted. Oh yeah, I remember because he was saying it's like embarrassing and shit like that, and it's like, yeah, I was going through a lot of these videos on the video. I posted we talked about it on stream yesterday. I posted a clip of it if you guys want to watch it. I called it Ben Shapiro downplays Epstein files. I posted that today before the stream started, and yeah, it's just like, you know, people really need to take in how fucking embarrassing it is to run cover. Oh, that's what I was getting at, the whole team politics thing. That's what, okay, now I remember what I was getting at, the whole team politics thing, where it's like, yeah, sure, Tucker wasn't great for the longest time, but things have happened to him that broke him out of the fucking matrix. The same with that Anna Kasparian, which she's not perfect politically, but she's like so much better than she used to be. And it's like, yeah, she got burned enough times and it kind of broke her out of the matrix. Similar thing with Megyn Kelly, you know, and shit like that. And it's like, you know, you can't fault someone for taking a while. I mean, I guess you can, depending on the situation, but I'm just so happy when people bust out that I don't really get too critical. As long as they're doing the right thing now, depending on what it is, I try not to get too critical of their past. And the point I'm trying to get at that I get super ADD on was, what if it's not gonna be this Epstein client list thing, which I know I've talked about before. Like, there's not literally a client list, but that's the term the term everyone's using right now. So we'll just go with that. But if this whole quote unquote Epstein client list situation is not going to be the thing to break you out of the matrix of the team politics bullshit, I mean, I don't know what to do with you. I gotta be honest. Like, when you see shit like we were talking about in the clip from yesterday, if you see shit with like we watched that clip with Dinesh D'Souza. We watched that clip with Charlie Kirk, which I do think Charlie Kirk has some good things about him. I'm not completely like fuck Charlie Kirk, but you know, there is a part of it where it's like, brother, if you're gonna be like, I'm taking a break from this Epstein stuff, I'm not worrying about it right now. I just go, brother, you're not, like, I can never, like, when I hear stuff, I'm not trying to be dramatic, but when I hear stuff like that, I go, I don't know if I could fully trust you again. You know what I mean? Short of being like, oh yeah, that was insane that I did that. Short of just coming out like that, it's like, oh, the trust is good. And then it's just, you know, we got fucking real far up his ass on the clip yesterday. But yeah, like Ben Shapiro, a dude like Ben Shapiro. Yeah, Ben Shapiro got Andy Head. Yeah, because it's just, he's the more like Dinesh D'Souza just looked like a sad, broken child or something like that. That just was like, just gave up. Like, Ben Shapiro, you know, is actively being like, yo, you're all fucking idiots. And we're sitting here like, no, we all know for a fact you're the fucking idiot, Ben. And it's like, it's inferior. And then, you know, he's trying to act like he's the moral one. And it's like, no, you're actually covering up for a pedophile ring, and you're helping promote one of the most evil governments in the world. And it's just like, I got to be honest, Ben, it's becoming a problem. It's becoming a problem. Oh yeah, Marjorie. Hopefully, it did fracture the MAGA base because it deserves to be fucking fractured. I think the craziest part too is like, how the election was going, how things were going before the election, with like Trump and Kamala and stuff. There were people saying like, dude, I don't know if the Democrats will recover from this for um like years, like decades. I don't know if they'll recover from shit like this for decades. And then Trump's just like, hold my wait, what's the shit that they say they drink from the kids? Yeah, Trump goes, hold my adrenochrome. I'll show you how to fuck up your chances on getting reelected. I'll fucking show you, dude. Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, they brought up Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I gotta be honest, she gets a lot of shit for being kind of like kooky and shit like that. And I think it's well deserved. But she's been doing pretty good on this shit. I gotta be honest. So we see Thomas Massey, probably the best representative in Congress, or this. I'm not smart enough to know where I just know he's the fucking man. I just know Thomas Massey's the fucking man, and he's the only one in the government right now. Besides, Rand Paul's pretty sick. Rand Paul's pretty sick, and there's like a few others that occasionally have a good moment, but he's the only one putting forth shit that seems worth a damn. So Thomas Massey goes, we all deserve to know what's in the Epstein files, who's implicated and how deep this corruption goes. Americans were promised justice and transparency. We're introducing a discharge petition to force a vote in the U.S. House of Representatives on releasing the complete files. And this was props to Thomas Massey for doing that, because they had we talked about it yesterday. They had the other one. I forget his name. He was the Indian gentleman from California. He was like talking about it, and it got shot down like 5-7, which is insane, by Republicans and shit. It got shot down by Republicans, and it just seems like a weird one to not go along with. You know what I mean? Where I said it yesterday, but there's a lot of these bills they'll shoot down, and they'll just be like, well, no, because they love to do it with like, I heard people talk about it with the big beautiful bill, which you should not be able to name them. That's another one that's really fucking stupid. You shouldn't be able to name them. Just however many there been, whatever one this is in line, or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, or if, like if Thomas Massey's showing this, just be like, oh, Thomas Massey bill number 447, like however many he's had. You shouldn't be able to call it, like they had another one called the Genius Bill. I go, hey man, are we all just a bunch of fucking dumb children? You literally called a bill the Genius Bill. That's crazy. But yeah, and then to be like, because it's like, dude, especially too as someone with like a childlike sensibility like Trump, he's just gonna name things the super duper really good, the best one ever bill, and you're like, we're a bunch of fucking dumbasses. But yeah, Massey got this, and in Massey fashion, it's short and sweet, not a lot of razzle dazzle, but it's kind of crazy to have to present a bill to be like, we Dunbar. Yes, Andy, we are all dumb children. Not me. I'm a dumb adult. I'm a big boy who's dumb. I'm not a widow baby. I'm not a dumb widow baby. I'm a dumb old retard. I think that's a solid proposal. State, last name, bill number. Yeah, it's you shouldn't be able to like name a bill. It's weird. Like, unless it's even I'm trying to think, like I could see a name that's like the state park enrichment bill. But even like, but then someone's gonna take advantage of that, and like I just said, they'll be like, my bill's called the really, 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 really good bill. So it's just like, it'd be more productive to just call a bill Yeah, like you said, cell rat, state, last name, bill number, something like that. Dumb part's hilarious. Got a little pizza joint salad in me, started acting up. Yeah, something about the local pizza spot salads that hit a little bit harder. I gotta say. But yeah, shout out to Thomas Massey for Thomas Massey rules because he's a problem in all the right places. There's all these people that are just trying to ignore the Epstein thing, and he's like, no, this is actually, and it's people like Thomas Massey we need in there. So thank God for Thomas Massey. He's a cool dude. But I gotta give props to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, I would, wasn't she QAnon or something? I don't know if she's got the greatest track record in the world. I don't know if she has the greatest track record in the world, but I got to give her props. Getting Thomas, it's the same. It's the same thing like I did with AOC. I forget which one it was, but there was a certain thing that AOC and Thomas Massey both got on board with, and it's like, yeah, I don't know, do a lot of the things AOC supports. Is it gonna fucking destroy the country? Probably, but in this one instance, did she do a good thing? Yeah, and I'm gonna give people props when they do a good thing. And if there's more people giving them props and not having these fucking gay ass purity tests, they're probably going to do more good things. You know what I mean? So, yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene says, I am proudly co-sponsoring and will sign the discharge. Can we stop using the word discharge? I don't like that. Discharge petition. I will never protect pedophiles or the elites and their circles. Shout out Marjorie Taylor Greene. Andy giving an attractive Congress lady props. Color me shock. Yeah, dude. They're not just smart. They're not just hot. They're also really smart and probably would be a cool hang and probably get me. I don't know, man. People were trying to. It was the latest situation with Jennifer Love Hewitt, which I talked about it before. I have it up on my Twitter. I'll show you what I said. Where is it? Damn, I tweet a lot. Oh yeah, here. These pictures of Jennifer Love Hewitt were going around, and I was seeing a lot of people trying to, spread the word that she's a little bit too big. And let me just quote myself. If that's where you stand on JLH, Jennifer Love Hewitt, in the current iteration of her, I got no time for you. And I'll quote myself, a fatwa on anyone who doesn't love this. All you radical Islam fellas, I get it. I didn't fully get it because I'm not a religious person. I never had a moment to hype myself up like that. But now when I see stuff like this, when I see junk like this online, you trying to tell me Jennifer Love Hewitt just not the best shit ever? And I'm sorry, I don't mean to say shit. You're a human being. You're a woman. You're a beautiful feminine creature. I'm not saying this to tear you down to an object, but I'm just very emotional right now. But yeah, it's one of my biggest pet peeves. And I'm not trying to come off like a simp. But yeah, one of my biggest pet peeves is there's this weird thing online. I don't know what it is, dude. And I don't want to come off homophobic because I have nothing but love for the gay people. I love gay people so much. Gay people they're just fucking gay and chilling. They're I'm not just saying this, just some of my favorite people. They're free-spirited human beings. And they really love to fuck the shit out of each other. And that's, god damn, is that something I support? Just a group of people who are very pro busting. But there's something happens. This is why, you just need to let gay people express themselves in an honest way. Sometimes they get a little riled up. They got to calm down. Maybe you don't do some of the things in a parade here and there, but gay people need their spaces to wild the fuck out and be gay in their own unique, special way. 'Cause when they hide that shit, you get some dark energy. There's no, I don't know what the fuck is it. And I say this from experience with like a lot of like my conspiracy shit I read, or a lot of the government corruption, but and a bunch of stuff like that. But countless times, I mean, dude, we're seeing it with like the Epstein files. Well, I guess with the Epstein files, it's more pedophilia. It's like almost entirely pedophilia, but like the before that, that was actually the irony of us as a society becoming more accepting of gay people. Because if you read the old shit pre, like, I mean, dude, even like, because when was it not? Because now if something came out, and they were like, so and so's actually gay, people would be like, all right, fucking, they probably want to, that's their business. Stop being a fucking dickhead about it. It actually wasn't until recently, because like when I was a kid, it would be like a big, like if you found out, I don't know, like if there was a report, like when I was a kid, if there was a report that like Brad Pitt was actually gay, it would be news to the level that like, because like now I feel like if someone were to come out as gay, it would kind of just go away, because like most people are like, yeah, we don't care. So clearly they're insecure about it. So respect their privacy. But like when I was a kid, it would kind of be a thing. It would kind of be, yeah, when I was a kid, it would be a thing where it's like, it would be so newsworthy that they would not even consider respecting their privacy. They wouldn't even consider respecting their privacy, but it still wouldn't be a thing. I don't know if it would be a thing where you could blackmail them into like, you know, sending billions of dollars to Raytheon or Israel or some shit. I don't know if it was like on that level. So if we take it back, yeah, it was probably up until, I want to say around they were like up until probably some point in the probably 70s or 80s. They were still the main way of, maybe not that late. I can't, I really can't tell. I really can't think of when the cutoff would be, but yeah, up until that point, they were just blackmailing people with like, oh, he's a cross-dresser or he's a homosexual and shit like that. So there was some dark irony where we as a society, and I don't say this with any like side intentions or whatever the fuck. I'm just kind of stating a fact that's kind of uncomfortable. But there is some like weird dark irony in the fact that as a society, it's so funny making this point with Jennifer Love Hewitt's face right next to me and rocking tits. But no, as a society, us becoming more accepting of gay people inadvertently got a fuck ton of more kids raped. And that's weird to think about, because they were like, oh, they don't care as much about these guys being gay, so we gotta like amp it up. But you know, I'm not faulting gay people for that. Like, you know, just because there's unintended consequences doesn't mean that that's now a valid reason to be like, well, gay guys back in the closet. Because going back to my original point, when you are learning about all this conspiracy shit and all the and just, you know, not even like conspiracy shit, but the irony is like the fact that the Epstein shit's like the big thing in the news right now. There is hard evidence, and I don't know if I should have used that word, but there's like hard evidence that some of the worst things in the world happen when a gay guy's in the closet. Like, you guys know, like there's a joke, and I think it's based off some real shit, but like I've always heard the joke about like I think like black women have a higher like black women in Atlanta have like the highest like amount of AIDS for a straight pop. I don't know. I'm just laughing because I'm uncomfortable. No, but basically like mad dudes in Atlanta are like on the DL. So they're out doing gay stuff and then they get AIDS and then they bang. So there was like, because like statistically, if you're not like you know, if you're not a gay guy actively 69ing another gay guy, it's actually statistically really hard for you to get AIDS. But then they started noticing like mad black ladies in Atlanta were getting AIDS and stuff. And it's like, oh, because a lot of the dudes are in the so now because these dudes couldn't just like let their freak flag fly. Now a bunch of black ladies who didn't deserve it have AIDS. Not that anyone deserves AIDS, I guess, but like, you know what I'm saying? And then it's like, you know, there's a bunch of people who, you know, maybe, yeah, like I said with the Epstein shit, you know, I should fix that. I said I misspoke earlier, but like the Epstein shit's way more about pedophilia than homosexuality. But I'm more saying like back in the day, there was like a bunch of dudes in government who didn't want to be outed as a homosexual, so it caused to a lot of bad things because you were able to blackmail them and stuff like that. And then it's just like, dude, it's so I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about being a closeted homosexual that turns you into the most evil person in the world. You know, like Kevin Spacey's a perfect example. And I know I think the assumption was he raped a bunch of kids, which I don't think it was as fucking scary as we thought, but he still ended up being a pretty bad dude, like basically trying to get a bunch of dudes to suck his dick for roles. And then there was the whole part of the documentary where he was over in England and they didn't flat out say it because I think like he got acquitted or whatever. But like you could tell from the vibe, you were like, oh yeah, there's no way Spacey. There was this part of the documentary where we went over to England to work for this theater company. There's this what am I trying to say? There was this theater company he worked for over in England for a summer, and you just by watching that part of the documentary, you got a huge vibe. You're like, oh yeah, Spacey definitely fucked a bunch of teenagers here. But yeah, and then it's like, who are the other dudes? Lindsey Graham. Like you just watch that dude is like shaking to be like, can we just bomb some brown children? There's so many brown children over there. Can we fucking bomb them? And it's like he's clearly a closeted gay guy. You know, all these people who are like, it's just so there's this weird correlation. And I think it's through like living a lie and like keeping in this secret, so you create up a bunch of resentment. So you're like, you have to lie. You think, which the irony is, you don't really have to lie to yourself anymore like that. I mean, there could be a family situation that's no bueno, but fuck. Shit. God damn it. I mean, it's not. Did I cash that already? Actually, I might have. Yeah, you know what? I might have cashed that check already. Hell yeah. I had a check here. I forgot to cash. And my drink soaked it all up. Okay. It's still good. I got to double. Did I cash it? Oh, yeah. I signed the. Okay. Never mind. I don't need this check. I cashed it already. There is another check here somewhere. I got checks to cash, boys. What a big fucking deal. Check having Andy over here, dude. Oh, but yeah, so yeah, there is this big correlation between being a closeted homosexual and bringing upon horrors onto the world that normal men could never even fathom. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think there's something in it about like living your life as a lie, and you create a lot of resentment. So like you don't get to ever feel good. So why should anyone else feel good? I don't know what it is exactly, but yeah, this is so funny with Jennifer Love Hewitt next to you. Yeah, well, I'm coming back to my original point. You guys know this. I'm ADD as hell, but brother gets back to it. They're all repressing something they see as evil, therefore internalizing that part of them is evil. It's a slippery slope. Yeah, and then like if you hold that much evil inside of you, it's gonna turn you evil. So it's just like, for the sake of humanity, I'll put this on wax. Andy Malafarina says, for the sake of humanity, if you feel the urge to suck a dick, suck that dick, because you don't know the evil you're going to bring upon this world if you don't suck that dick. If you want to, I'm not saying everyone needs to try to suck a dick, because the reverse could happen. If you don't want to suck a dick and then you suck that dick, another crazy amount of evil could bring upon this world. That's what I'm trying to say. If you're meant to eat pussy, eat some pussy. But if you're meant to suck some dick, suck that dick. You may, in turn, give many black women in Atlanta AIDS. You don't want that. I don't want that. No one wants that. And also, too, if someone wants to suck a dick, you let them suck a dick. That's the other part of it. We're not helping either. Us straights aren't helping either. We're being mean to some of these gays. Andy Malafarina here, and I support your urges to suck a dick, because I know every dick you suck, every urge you don't repress, keep it classy. Like I said, don't be walking around assless chaps at the parades, you freaks. But if you have that urge, for the sake of humanity, suck a dick, dude. But yeah, no, bringing it back to this, and then it just creates this like evil. And I know. A lot of it is trolls and bots, and they know what's gonna get engaged. They know it's gonna get people like me in a tizzy. But it just irks me because it's always those fucking religious dorks you always see on that whatever podcast. It's the Andrew Tate types. It's the, what the fuck's his name over at the Daily Wire? Not Ben Shapiro, the other guy with the glasses, who's the only one there who has remotely decent opinions, even though he sucks complete ass at the end of the day. Matt something. It's all these guys. Like that, the reason I get so irked is like the type of people that will see this and go, yeah, she's getting fat. It's indicative of a type of dude, and you see it a lot in these alpha male influencers, sigma male, whatever the fuck they're doing, and you see how they act. And a real man when talking about women, like, they are not gonna. You'll like, dude, brother, ask me about broads. I'll never ask me about broads that mean a lot to me in my life. I will never be short of reasons to be like, yeah, this bitch is crazy. But as much of the this bitch is crazy I have the exact same amount of, yeah, but she's like literally the best person I've ever met. You know what I mean? I was like, so like as much as because it's like that's the reality of being with anyone you love, for as fucking great of a person you think they are, you've also both experienced each other's lowest points, and in low points, sometimes you're nasty to each other, so you got to keep all that in perspective and shit like that. But yeah, that's how a real dude talks about women. A real guy who actually likes his wife and respects his wife, he'll be able to give you a laundry list of annoying shit she does. But he'll also like have the exact same amount to be like, yeah, no, but she's also like a great person, great mother, great wife, whatever the fuck it is. But you see these guys in these on these podcasts and on their podcasts and in interviews and stuff. And it's the way that they talk about women. It sounds like they're like they hate them. Not just that, like, oh, they annoy me sometimes, but god damn it, they let me suck their titties. So that's pretty fucking sick. It makes up for every fucking boring story they ever told. You know what I'm saying? But like, it sounds like they hate them. And then I remember watching a bunch of those clips, and you hear how they like, you hear how they talk about women, and Nick Fuentes does it a lot. That's why it's like you got to take everything he says with a grain of salt, because it's like, well, you're clearly a gay guy who's clearly living a lie. So like, your existence is a liar. So like, and I mean, and also the fact that he's just, like big up in Hitler and shit like that. That's another reason not to like him. But like, more broadly speaking, it's like your existence is literally a lie. So I have to go into this at arm's length. Like your existence is an ulterior motive. So I can't really trust anything you say fully. It's the same thing with all these other, but yeah, I've heard Nick Fuentes in certain interviews talk about women, and not just Nick Fuentes, but like multiple people. I've heard them talk about women in a way where it's like, oh, you sound like you hate them, and you sound like the only benefits you can see from their existence all come down to, you know, the, what's the fucking term I'm looking for? Like the, like a production process of like, well, the reason they're here is to grow the human race and bring babies into the world. And it's like, oh, you're just quantifying them as an object. And you're like, who would be that guy? If forced, if, and then you start to extrapolate from that, you're like, what type of guy would act like this if forced to be in this situation? And you're like, oh, a homosexual man. And you're like, oh, and then you start to realize like a lot of these like Alpha Sigma guys online are almost definitely, if they're not gay guys, they're just they're straight dudes who just legitimately hate women. You know? It's like I don't know, and I understand like with an Andrew Tate guy, it's part of the grift he does. But it's like, I don't know if I've ever seen a clip of Andrew Tate where he's like complimented women broadly. I mean, I'm sure he's done it when, like, if he's done a podcast with Candace Owens or whatever, you know, I'm sure he's like not been shitty, but it's like you never see him compliment women in any way. And once again, I'm not trying to be a simp. I'm also a guy. I think I've shit on women in the middle of this. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's plenty of shit to fucking give women shit for. But like an actual straight guy still likes things about women. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's the thing I've always noticed with Andrew Tate. And it's like, oh yeah, you sound like you hate them, and you sort of quantify them as an object, as just like a resource to reproduce or something like that. And I'm like, dude, you might. And then, you know, and I think sometimes they're leaning into the thing because him and his brother will post really weird pictures. But I gotta be honest. Even if I was a complete grifter, I don't ever think homoerotic photos with my brother would ever creep into there. I gotta be perfectly honest. There's so many things to do in that grift. I don't know why homoerotic photos with your brother ever creeps into there. That to me is weird, but you know, they're the epitome of masculinity, I guess. You know, they do things that a third grader would seem cool. And yeah, they used to be internet pimps and all that other shit. And they clearly hate women. So that's why they're the epitome of masculinity, I guess. But I say all this to say, if you don't like this photo of Jennifer Love Hewitt, I just want to tell you, it's okay to be who you are. And if you want to suck a dick, you should be able to do that and not feel any guilt. So if you think Jennifer Love Hewitt is too big in this picture, I want you to know I accept you who you are, homosexual man. And it's okay to be yourself. Because this right here, wait, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. This right here, her, with respect to my wife, is my favorite lady. This is some of the coolest shit I've ever seen in my life. Ever. So, yeah. Fatwa. What is a fatwa? Specifically, actually. Let me Google that. What is a fatwa? A fatwa is a formal ruling or interpretation of a point of Islamic law issued by a qualified legal scholar known as a mufti. It serves to provide guidance or various matters as such as diet, finance, and family issues based on Islamic principles. The term originated from Arabic roots meaning clarification or explanation. Fatwas are typically issued in response to specific questions from individuals or Islamic courts. All right. So it doesn't inherently have to be violent. But I will make it violent. It's a D short of fat wad. What are you guys saying over here? Gay guys have to love women because without women, you can't make more gay. It's so funny. They all desperately seek validation from men and other boys. Procreation was the word you were looking for. Thank you. I'm a big dumb guy. I do believe all alpha bro influencers are closeted. Yeah, especially the dude, if you go watch that whatever podcast, which I've unfortunately watched some of, but you know, it's to learn. Whenever they get those religious guys on, they just come off as gay guys. And I really want to stress the point, like I don't care that you're gay. Just, you know, if you're actually a gay guy and you're on these podcasts arguing about straight guy issues, like fucking take a seat, brother. And also,
if all men just disappeared, do you think the world would be better or worse? All men.
It'd be safer. Like,
Do you actually
God damn it, this show's so fucking stupid. Show's so fucking stupid. What if I asked the stupidest question to the dumbest shot girl I've ever met? God fucking damn it. Because they always do that. They always like go, look at how stupid this girl is. And like the host of the show never, and they're all fucking retarded shot girls. I don't know why anyone wants to know what they have to think. But like the host, how does no one watch that and go like, oh, you actually asked a stupid fucking question? What would you do if there were? How would you think? Do you think the world would be a better or worse place with no men whatsoever? And you're like, that's a dumb question. You just want to clip farm. You want to bring on the dumbest girls in the world and clip farm and then just poison the brains of young men.
Constructive criticism is not calling me Michelin Man. It's not calling me Gorlock. It's not making fun of my body.
What's not constructive about that?
Do you think that encourages healthy behavior?
And then like, dude, like what, like this is how fucking on point I am. I'm just clicking random clips and I show this guy and he's just being the biggest bitch. He's just being a little bitch. What's not constructive about that? A real guy, if that was his response, he'd be laughing while he would say that because he knows he's being a dickhead. But like this guy's being, and he's genuinely like, what's not constructive about that? It's like, you're being mean. You're being mean to a girl who's kind of retarded.
It's not making fun of my body.
What's not constructive about that?
Do you think that encourages healthy behavior when it feeds into the eating disorder mindset?
The constructive criticism's not for you. A shaming tactic that's used in this way is to say, listen, if anybody else is going to come out and be like you are, right, and say that unapologetically, this is okay, this is good, blah, 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 blah. They're trying to instill a sense of shame so that if other women see that, they don't go that road, and instead
you hear that's like crazy analytical and just like, you know, how a guy who doesn't like pussy would talk about that. Yeah, guys. What's this? For the sake of humanity, if you feel the urge to suck a dick, suck that dick because you don't know the evil you will bring into the world. I mean, nothing wrong with that, brother. Fucking put that down. I'm gonna star that. Star that. Good comment. Repeating something I said is a great comment. I think Owen Benjamin actually had a bit about that. They are also repressing something that they see as evil, therefore internalizing that part of their. Oh fuck, my nose is itchy. Gotta shave my mustache. Whenever my mustache gets too long, my nose gets crazy itchy. These are all double G's. That one girl cried when asked to define misogyny after using the word. That was hilarious. The whatever guys are gay as fuck, but that would no. Oh yeah. I'll keep it a buck. I've definitely seen clips from that show that are hilarious. Don't get me wrong, but at their core, those guys suck the most ass. What is this? Andy Mufti Farina. I do like pussy. That's the show Josie was on. Yeah. I gotta be honest, and I love Josie. No disrespect to Josie, but I saw that and I was like, my initial reaction, I was like, "What are you doing? Don't go on that fucking show." I was like, "What are you doing, Josie?" And then I saw the clip and I was like, "I gotta give her props. She actually had a pretty good clip that made him look like a fucking bitch." Oh, excuse me. Yeah. I didn't love that Josie went on there, but she had a really good clip. I always Andy Malafarina, always keeping it a buck. Yeah, here we go.
A random man or a random bear?
I have a gun either way, so I'm gonna go bear because I could take some photos.
Let's say you didn't have a gun.
I'm always gonna have a gun in the woods.
Okay, why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man?
Bear is cuter and would be a cooler experience. I'd like to see a bear in my lifetime.
Okay.
In the wild.
Is there any reason you don't pick men?
Because I could see a man whenever. I don't see bears often.
Okay, so
It just sounds like a more fun hiking adventure.
Yeah, she's actually like, she's just approaching it like trying to be funny, not actually like participating in a real conversation. So I give her major props for that. She approached that in a very smart way.
So for the novelty,
Yeah.
you wouldn't be scared to come across a
Yeah, I'd be terrified.
bear?
I'd be terrified.
Here, how about this? What percentage of men do you think would be inclined to either essay or murder you if they saw you in the woods alone? You can ballpark.
It's such a retarded conversation. Like it's such a, how'd that clip do for her? I'm just curious. Yeah, 16. Nice. No, she set that up well. So I was like, that clip, it's just the comedian. That was actually incredibly embarrassing. What were the numbers on that? I'm a fucking loser, guys. I fucking suck. What else do we got? Dude, I love that. The Epstein thing's a big deal when too lazy to try. How's he approached? I'm so curious about this.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration.
Dismissing me out of hand by attacking my motive is not going to work. And telling me that my question is an insult to the children who died in Texas in a flood is an outrageous response. You get the middle finger in the face from me for doing that.
Trump has backed himself into a corner with
Yeah, Tucker's so funny because he's such a I don't know what the fucking word would be, but the way he's like, you deserve a middle finger in the face, mister. You're like, fucking get him, dude. Get him. She's got an OF to plug. Oh, you talk about Josie? Yeah, she don't show shit on there, apparently. I mean, I've heard. Actually, I've never looked at her OF. I would tell you guys if I did. You know I would tell you guys if I did. No, I should stop doing that because I actually haven't. But I've gotten word from reliable sources she don't show fucking shit on there. Fatwa to Josie. Fatwa to Josie.
In Texas, it just seems like a desecration.
Dismissing me out of hand by attacking my motive is not going to work. And telling me that my question is an insult to the children who died in Texas in a flood is an outrageous response. You get the middle finger in the face from me for doing that.
Trump has backed himself into a corner with a...
Did you say you saw her titties today? All right, well then fucking message me on Instagram, you fuck. Drew! No, I'm just kidding. Tucker is fight. Yeah, Tucker's feisty. Tucker, yeah.
Miserable response. Dan Bongino's done poorly. Kash Patel's done poorly. Pam Bondi has done...
Oh, yeah. Elmo got hacked. I forgot about that. What is this? He made some really good points, especially about the Trump created conspiracy theories on the files. Yeah.
Poorly. And so it's hard for me to believe that all of these abject failures in the response in the Epstein story are an accident. Though they probably are. I'm just saying, like, isn't it hard?
Dude, I'm in a weird place because I can't stand Tim Pool sometimes. And I definitely make fun of his beanie. And then I'm like, fuck, I think I wear my beanie sometimes on stream. I don't wear it every time. And I also, when I'm at a gala with taking pictures with Ron Paul, I don't wear my beanie. But no, sometimes I get very self-conscious of my hair. So that's why I like to wear hats and stuff all the time. And sometimes I'll wear beanies on stream because I'm self-conscious of my hair. But it's like, it feels weird to shit on him for beanies when I wear beanies on stream sometimes. So I will just shit on him for his bad opinions.
Hard to believe they screwed up this bad.
It's not just like you're covering up criminal activity. You're covering up the systemic rape and torture of children. That's too evil.
Can I make a new rule, by the way? if we're talking about rape and sexual assault, I get it. I get the impulse, but stop censoring it out of the video. Just lose money on the video. Like, that's the new rule. Say the word rape. If you're like talking about rape and sexual assault and things like that, lose money on, or don't talk about the fucking topic. Lose money on the fucking video. Sorry, I'm not trying to come at Too Lazy to Try. I'm coming at everyone who does that. Lose money on the fucking video.
Oh, man.
All right, so the Epstein Files situation just keeps getting so much worse. I don't think I've ever seen this much blatant gaslighting and lying. I mean, it's basically impossible to ignore it at this point, even for Trump's biggest supporters. It's also getting increasingly more difficult for people to explain this in a way where it doesn't look like the government is trying to cover up a child sex trafficking operation.
Can I say this, by the way? And I say this as a guy who's watched a bunch of Too Lazy to Try. I enjoy his stuff. I've watched a lot. I watch a lot of this. I watch a lot of stuff. It's my guilty pleasure. I love a little comedy gossip. But I'm pretty sure Too Lazy to Try has gotten into the be like, well, these guys talk. Well, you know what? Let me take that back. I'm not going to say this until I actually know it. But this is just reminding me. If you're the guy who's like, fucking, you guys got to stop talking about politics. Politics are gay. Shut the fuck up when the Epstein files are going on. Just shut the fuck up. You don't get to be both. Because I've seen that online. I'm not going to name names because I like the people more than I don't like them. But I see a lot of people online. They are often, they'll be like, why are you guys talking about politics? Politics are gay. And then, the Epstein thing happens. And look, they clearly have a strong understanding of the situation. And look at they got their hot take and their interesting little breakdown. Oh, so you like politics then, you fucking phony? So just like, you can't be politics or gay and then also know a shit ton about it. That's why I have respect for Louis J. Gomez. He's a politics or gay guy. And then when he talks about politics, he clearly has no fucking idea what he's talking about. I'm just being funny. All respect to Louis. Love the guy. But for real though, like when Louis goes on podcasts and talks politics, he hasn't been calling politics gay the whole time and then just magically knows everything about politics. You know what I mean? It's these other fucking guys I see online, like in the comedy, podcasting, whatever community. They'll just go on and on and on about how fucking annoying people are about talking about politics and shit like that. It's like comedians should talk about politics, blah, 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 blah. And it's not some personal thing. It's just I can't stand confident phonies or confident hypocrites. So if like when the Epstein shit happens and you start to, or when any of this shit happens and you're letting us know you have a large plethora of knowledge on the topic, just shut you're a gay pussy into politics too. You don't get to have your cake and eat it too. You're either a fucking cool guy that's just about comedy and not giving a fuck, or you're a gay pussy like all of us who are into politics. Shut the fuck up.
That's why the only thing they can really do at this point is convince people to stop talking about it, because there's no way to explain this and not make the administration look absolutely terrible. You know, they completely botched this thing so badly.
I like this comment. Comedy gossip is one of the gayest forms of gossip, and gossip is inherently gay. Exactly. And that's why that's why I label this as my deep, dark, guilty pleasure. You know what it is? Well, first off, I know a lot of these people. So one of my favorite things is when these channels are talking about this stuff and then they end up talking about people who I'm friends with or people who I know or whatever. And I go, it's fun to watch it to go like, you're not right about that. So that's really fun. And also I just keep looking because I'm just waiting for the day of like, here's the proof that Lemaire's a pedophile compilation that's gonna come out. And it's gonna be so funny. He might spiral and it might be real bad for him. But for me, it's gonna be real funny. But no, for real though, I just coming up as like a comedy fan who I do love. Dude, it happened to me the other night. I was in the green room at the Creek and someone was in there talking crazy shit about someone else. And I didn't really know the person that well, so it wasn't. And also, let me not give too much info actually. But it wasn't a situation where I was like gonna hop in and give my 2 cents. But was I in the corner posted up being like, because that's the other thing. I am naturally I love a little gossip. Oh, I love it. So yeah, my guilty pleasure. I'll freely admit it. Just coming up as a comedy fan and being a little piglet for gossip. These are my tried and true guilty pleasures. Shots fired, Lewis. Yeah, and that's what I respect about Lewis. All jokes aside, I respect the hell out of Lewis because he is a politics or gay guy. Now he does occasionally, but he's admitted that it's when he gets like drunk on a plane or something. And if you're drunk on a plane, like let it rip. I'm not gonna put any standards on your drunk on a plane rants. But no, that's why I respect the hell out of Lewis, because he is a politics and gay guy. And then he's not this guy who secretly knows a bunch about politics. He's earned the title. He's a real ass dude. What does this say? Lemaire's hard drive will be a monument people visit at the Museum of Yeah, dude. Lemaire's he's gonna make Epstein look like a bitch, dude. You can't even imagine the type of sex trafficking Lemaire's a part of. It's nuts. I'm just kidding. I shouldn't say stuff like that. Lemaire does not run pedophile sex trafficking rings anymore. He stopped doing that.
I mean, first they claimed there was a list which needed to be exposed and everybody needed to be held accountable and they would be the ones to do it. So they pretended to give it out, but then they admitted they rickrolled us and they got a ton of backlash. So then they said they received a truckload of documents and videos that they were going through. But then once they went through that, it turns out there's no evidence of anybody being involved in Epstein's operation. There's no client list. And then they got a ton of backlash from that. So they said there actually was a client list. They didn't want to release it though, because it was created by Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. So first there's a list, then there's no list. Now there's a list again, but it's fake. So it's like they're not even trying at this point. I mean, this is the most desperate and pathetic attempt at a cover-up ever. And then just recently, a reporter asked Trump if his attorney general saw his name in the Epstein files, which is a great question, and Trump's response is hilarious. He starts talking about the credibility of the files, which again, just last week, they said there were no files, but now they're files, but he doesn't trust the credibility, of course. I wonder why.
And also, didn't he say, I feel like he's about to just say this, but didn't also Trump say, like, Andy, your last 2 baby of the week picks. Don't be saying shit about my boy Lemaire. Brother, Lemaire's had way more bad ones than me. My last one was off titties. I get the judgment. Wait, no, what was my one before that? I know which one you're talking about. That one, I deserve the teasing on that one. But I didn't have one locked and loaded, and the titties were crazy. And I made a poor judgment that I wouldn't have if I would have thought a little bit longer. But you got to admit the titties were crazy. Oh wait, what was my last? I'm going through. What was my last one? Oh yeah, she's like wearing fake titties. Hey man, I was hit with a lot of disinfo on that one. What did I do the week before though? Yeah, the fake titty one. That's on me. It was a quick pick. This is why you gotta think through this shit more. What was the week before though? I didn't pick a fat-titted child the week before. What are you talking about? Here we go. What was the week before? Oh yeah, no, I picked what are you talking about? Tonye? I picked an adult woman. That's an adult woman, dude. Putting slander on my name past 2 weeks. The hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about, Tony? Past 2 Babe of the Week picks. I picked an old bitch 2 weeks ago, Tony. An old ass bitch. Most of my babes probably skew older. I'm just making that up. I have no idea if that's true. Andy had more Babe of the Week wins recently, has he not? Or at least you won a bunch a while ago. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Tonye is tone gay. No, Tonye is not tone gay. I think Tonye is a fed trying to get me in trouble. It's okay, Tonye. I'm just being fun. I love you, Tonye. But I be out here picking old bitches, Tonye. Old bitches. Guy picks one guy picks one fake-titted youngin and gets hit with this slander. Yeah, and also it's not illegal. Silicone Gate. Well, see, that's more that I feel like is more of a controversy than just picking a hot kid. I shouldn't say these things into microphones. I also think too, well, there was a big controversy because the profile said 18. And I go, no, she's probably in her early 20s. That was annoying me because I was like, she's definitely in her early 20s. And she's probably putting 18 in there because she looks young, and that will get more disgusting perverts like me. No, that'll get more disgusting perverts in there on her OnlyFans. I would put all my money that she's early 20s and just looks really young. Andy, what? If it's a legal aged hot kid, I'm allowed to say that, Dunbar. This, by the way, is why I never want to be like, I like talking about all this politics and shit, but I can't help myself and not be a silly little goose. So like, yeah, I could never be a serious pundit. You've had 2 that you can't take to a bar. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You don't know the bars I go to. Not saying you aren't allowed. No, I know. I'm saying these things into microphones. It's gonna hurt everything I've ever worked hard to build. I'm trying to think which week I had that was like. I know I've definitely picked young chicks who are like in their mid-20s and shit. I genuinely, all jokes aside, I genuinely don't remember picking another one that was like, ugh. Andy gets Talmudic about age of consent. I just have a wristband like quarterbacks, all the plays that just has every state's age of consent on it. That's a legit old ass dumper. Yeah, dude. That's the other thing too. Dude, all jokes aside, I think I was talking about it. Oh yeah, I was joking about it on stream because I just had recently picked like the super young babe of the week. But no, have you guys, like, I'm 35. Have you been around someone in their early 20s? Like we joke about it because the studio we're at currently is like around the college town, and there are some like hot chicks, but a lot, like, all jokes aside, like, they make you feel, especially too, like when they're out and about with like their tits out and they look like a kid, you're like, dude, stop. It's actually like your existence actually makes me uncomfortable. You know what I mean? And they don't get it because they're, they have their perspective. And it's like, you need to understand from everyone else's perspective, you look like a fucking baby. So put your fucking tits away, baby. Dude, I got to be honest. Ever since Andy had a good run. Thank you. LOL. I be on here fed posting. Yeah, Tonye's trying to take down the empire. That's it. Nice. I'm 36. Nothing scarier than a 19-year-old. Yeah, man. It's you know what it is? It's like you'll watch porn and then they'll put all the like horror makeup on them and like gussy them up and shit. But if you actually see like a fucking 18-year-old in real life, you're like, that's a baby. And anyone who actually wants to have sex with her is fucking weird. You know what I mean? So I'm at the kind of age where I don't know, like if my wife left me purely based off like visuals, I don't know if I could dip much lower than like 26, 27. And even then saying that out loud feels weird. if I'm being honest, saying that out loud. My wife, are you yelling at me, baby? I think my wife can hear this and she doesn't like the conversation. No, yeah, saying that out loud even feels weird. It would probably be weird to date someone who wasn't in their 30s. I got to be straight up. I'm also 35. I'm about to hang out with a 22-year-old cousin and his group of 12 of 10 friends. I don't know what I'm going to do. Andy doesn't run. No, I don't. I forget what that's in reference to, what I said earlier, but all jokes aside, I hate cardio. I don't know if that's the most obvious statement of the year. God damn it. I really do set myself up for just looking like a dumbass. I hate cardio. It's like, yeah, we can tell, Andy. Yeah, hanging out with a bunch of 22-year-olds sounds terrible because they also you know what it is too about hanging out with young people? Like, for a fact you're smarter than all of them. For a fact that you're smarter than all of them, but like nothing you can say will not make them talk to you like you're a fucking dumbass. And it's like that would always get me with my nephew. I love him to death, but he would always just be talking shit to me. Cause I don't care if you're a 10-year-old. I will have a aggressive argument with you. I don't give a shit. He's like fucking 16 or 17 now. But no, dude, I would get in. I'd be like, dude, I don't give a fuck how old you are. You will not win this debate. 10-year-old. Because I'm a fucking loser. But no, like, yeah, we get into it. And it's just like, and he would just be, because he's 10, it's not his fault. Like, I'm not trying to shit on him. It's not his fault. He's the dumbest person I know because he's 10. And he would just be like so fucking shitty to me. It's like, brother, you're a dumbass. Shut up. Andy's actually usually are the best. Nate been coming in hot last week. Dude, something happened, and I got to give it to Nate because I've always liked Nate's picks. I don't know if he got you guys shook, but ever since he fucking had that bitch fest, he's been doing numbers. But that being said, Nate does. Maybe it was just Nate sort of doing like maybe it was more of like Nate having an Outcast at the Source Awards type of speech where he was like, I demand respect on my babes of the week. I demand it, which I can respect. Sometimes you get fed up because Nate was having good picks. I might have actually been Lemise with the teenager. Yeah, it was definitely Lemise. Tonier? It's like, just flip a coin. It was Lemise. I'm being mean to you, Tonier. I love you so much, dude. You're literally the man. These are all just jokes. I say these because I love you dearly, brother. Fuck that, I'm getting a 47-year-old divorced Latina. Bro, that's what I'm saying. Brother, when I was 23, 24, that's when I met my girl, and she was like 28 at the time. Best decision of my life. Dude, get it? Like, also, too, like getting a chick that's older, they're gonna be way more mature than you, just inherently. And it's just nicer. It's just nicer to have a chick that's actually smarter than you. I mean, it might help my ego, but it would be exhausting hanging out with a chick that's like noticeably dumber than me. That would suck ass. It'd be cool to win every argument. But like, I don't know. Hanging out with a chick that's actively like dumber than you would be annoying, I gotta be honest. Yeah, dude. Date some old bitches. Who gives a fuck? Raise their kids. Who gives a shit? I'm going to show them around the warehouse and give them a bunch of wine. I don't know why that made me laugh so hard. Talk about how much cooler we are than them and how easy they have it. That will make. Also, you look for a 40-year-old chick. She probably got more money than you. That's like when I met my chick. Well, sorry. Now the reality's setting in of like, yeah, man, she made more money. It's like she still makes more money than me, and you're just not. You're still a fucking loser. Doesn't make any money. What you drinking? I'm doing the 3 liquid combo. I got water in here. I got a little bit of coffee left. Oh yeah, here's my boomer purchase. I got a mug that says he him because woke people are retarded. And then I got my fun drink. I got my seltzers. Yeah.
After he's asked about it, he's like, Pam Bondi gave me a briefing, and in terms of the credibility, I'd say those files were made by Obama and Biden. I mean, he doesn't even sound very confident in his lies anymore. You know, he's asked if his name is in the Epstein files, and he's just like, you can't trust them. Obama probably made them. I mean, he even says it like he's speculating, like he's just coming up with that. I mean, he might as well just be like, yeah, she saw my name in there, but odds are Obama probably put it in there. And then he was asked about it another time, and he's like, I don't know why anyone cares. You know, the credible information's out there. It's been given. It's also so boring, and only bad people and the fake news care about keeping the story going. And he's saying all this while standing next to Jeffrey Epstein's former neighbor and business associate, and the guy's laughing while Trump is talking about this. So it's completely ridiculous. And the 180 that Trump and his administration did is also insane. You know, they're trying to gaslight everyone like we're all just NPCs. I mean, Dan Bongino, Trump's deputy director of the FBI, used to tell people there's way more to the Epstein story and we should continue talking about it because the government is trying to cover it up. But now Trump and Dan are saying...
You know what's fucking nuts? I'm just realizing... I love you too, Tonya. Tonya was one of the first people that ever... like recognized me in public. It made me feel special. So I love Tonya. I'll die for Tonya. I'll jump in front of a bullet for Tonya. Wait, what am I talking about? Wait, what is this? She got addicted to pain pills because her huge tits hurt her back so bad. Who did? Wait, who are we talking about? Oh. I had a sugar mama I met in rehab, but she was into blood play, and I get ew. What's blood play? Like cutting? Ew. Sucks. She had huge tits, and her dad was rich. Yeah. Tonya is OG, even though he sold out and went to YouTube. Yes, Tonya is OG. Don't read that out loud. Well, I fucking did, Derek. Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say it's really fun. This might be a good tweet actually. It's really funny when a too lazy to try video makes you more informed than the actual news. It's a really interesting state of the world when a too lazy to try video if you watch this video, you'll be more informed and have a better perspective than if you just like listen to the White House. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can trust too lazy to try to give me real information than I can the White House of the United States of America. That's crazy.
It's boring. People need to move on from it, and they're helping cover it up. So the fact that they expect us to just accept this and move on like nothing happened is insulting to everyone's intelligence.
Why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested in the Epstein story and so upset about how it's been handled?
I don't understand it. Why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is.
Why do they want to make this Jeffrey Epstein story go away so bad? Because the people in charge of this global cabal of idiots out there trying to hide the truth don't want you to hear about this story and have the power to censor it.
And the credible information's been given, but I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But
we need to keep the heat on this case, folks. There are a lot of people who are knee-deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there. This Epstein thing is there's more than meets the eye there. I know a lot of people want to make this thing go away. That Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this.
You had the file. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
a very quick briefing.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, you know, we went through years of that.
Oh, boy. This thing is just getting nastier by the second. The question is, why were they talking to him and what were they trying to make go away? Does it have anything to do with the extensive video network alleged to have existed on his island and on his plane?
So maybe Trump should ask Dan why he thinks the Epstein files are so interesting, or Cash, or Pam, or JD Vance, or most of his administration. They're all talking about how we need to hold these people accountable up until about 6 months ago. You know, they went from trying to expose Epstein clients to helping cover for them. Like, Dan Bongino were still just a podcaster during this, he'd be all over it. You know, he wouldn't believe any of this bullshit they're trying to put out. Like the whole tape of Epstein's cell that apparently proved he killed himself. I don't know what the hell that was supposed to be. You know, it didn't even show Epstein's cell. It was edited and cut up and missing a couple minutes of footage. But Dan claimed this was evidence that showed clear as day that nobody went into Epstein's cell. And he also claimed they were giving us original footage, which again is just another lie on top of the thousands already.
There's video that when you look at the video, and we will release, that's what's taken a while on this, we are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans. You're going to see there's no one there but him. Right. There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time, if you have a tip, let us know. But there's no DNA, there's no audio, there's no fingerprints, there's no suspects, there's no accomplices, there's no tips, there is nothing. If you have it, I'm happy to see it. There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
So it's telling you don't trust anyone, me included. We don't bring receipts, throw it out the window.
But how Epstein died.
I'll say this too, like, just because a lot of times people will post clips where they're like, they said this and now they said this. Those are different opinions. And it's like, you're allowed to change your opinion. But when it's such a fucking 180, it's a real bad fucking look, dude. It's a real bad fucking look. So that's why, like, I got to keep that a buck, because you're allowed to change your opinion. I've changed a lot of opinions. I've changed a shitload of opinions over my life. But I don't know how many aggressive 180s to this degree I've made over the course of what, like a year or two? I mean, that's just insane. That's insane.
Or if he died, I think is mostly just a red herring at this point. You know, they'd rather have us focused on that than the client list. I mean, they'd rather have us focused on almost anything other than the list. Like, Trump is so desperate, he's now reportedly calling and having meetings with influencers and politicians to try to get them to stop talking about it and to get them to defend Pam Bondi, because she's getting a lot of heat and people want her to step down. So apparently Charlie Kirk got the call. He said he's done talking about it and he trusts the government, which sounds completely ridiculous. I mean, we're literally watching the government try to gaslight us and lie to our faces and try to cover it up. And Charlie's just like, yeah, I think they're doing a good job. I trust what they're doing. I mean, it's already hard to trust the government, but especially when it comes to the Epstein files and them claiming that there are no files, or now there are files. You know, it depends on the day. You know, sometimes they exist, sometimes they don't. But now apparently they do exist and they're fake. You know, we're just supposed to believe that. Apparently Charlie does.
Oh, shit. Did Tony come over to fucking Twitch to really get in Derek's ass? It's so funny. Oh no. Derek's like, oh no. Tonya got shamed back to Twitch. YouTube easier from when I'm here at work because I can shut the screen off without pausing the stream. Yeah, that's why I like Twitch, because I can do more on Twitch without worrying about, like, their like AI auto moderation is like nowhere near the level of YouTube's. So that's why I like Twitch. But from a viewing standpoint, because like Tonya, I watch it on, like, I would watch, like, when I would be at work, I would watch things on YouTube all the time. That's how I would either listen to podcasts or I'd like have things on YouTube. And I would love for you guys to watch this while you're at work to help pass the time. That's why I try to have like a YouTube link up. So, because I feel like that's easier to watch at work. And if you got to pause it, you get to pause it and stuff like that. But all the bros here on Twitch. And I won't stand for, dude. It's on site. It's on site, Derek. You better watch your ass, dude. It's on site. I'm just fucking around. YouTube's probably better, but they don't send me notifications as reliable as Twitch. That's why I try to post on social media a bunch, unless I'm slandering Andy. That's fair. You can slander me. You can tell people I'm a huge pedophile instead of just a moderate pedophile. OG triple. I love that. This guy's cadence is fucking terrible.
He trusts his friends in the government, his friends that are trying to cover for Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, when is reality going to hit these people? Like, they're really going to go down trying to cover for Epstein. That's crazy. Like, also Stephen A. Smith, he was going off about how he doesn't care about it, even though he admits that there probably is a client list, but it just doesn't matter to him.
Why is Stephen A. Smith talking about politics all the time? Is he trying? I know people were joking about like Stephen A. Smith for president or something like that, but is he genuinely trying to get into politics? I don't I'll be watching some shit. I'll be watching some shit on some shit, and then people will be like, Stephen A. Smith said. I go, who cares? I don't know. I don't know. Like I'm not even saying he's a dumb guy. I think he's more of a grift. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Sorry. I'm on Twitch looking up something, or Twitter. I'm not even saying Stephen A. Smith's like a dumb guy. I think he's more of just like a grifter. I think he's more of a grifter in the sense of he's not even like a grifter. I think he's just a showman. Because what's he on, ESPN? He's on ESPN, right? I've watched his shit. I don't know fuck all about the sports he's talking about. But when you watch him, you can tell, I go, oh, he's not talking like a real human being. He's being over the top. Stephen A. Smith is dumber than Kamala, and that says a lot. See, I don't even think he's dumb. I think he's a character. You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen him have moments where he locks in and he's able to express himself in a very intelligent way. I think the dude cares way more about going viral. I think he cares way more about going viral than he cares about making a good point. But I keep seeing these and it's I don't even think he's a dumb guy, but you're the dude who spends all the time talking about sports. Why is there a video saying Stephen A. Smith talks about the Epstein files? It's weird. I don't know why that exists. Maybe I'm being a little bit too critical of him, but I don't fully know why that even exists. What did he have to say, though? I'm very curious about that. Very curious. Very curious. He's on the payroll. Yeah, maybe. 100% right about Smith. Thank you. Stalling for time while this video reloads. All right, here we go.
In an uproar off the Epstein list. You're in an uproar off the Epstein list.
Yeah, the list that's going to expose all these celebrities and politicians who are actually pedophiles who flew to a pedophile island to have sex with children. Yes, that list, Stephen. That one.
That's all you've got? It's really, really surprising that this matters. Of course, I think there's a list, but I don't know. I suspect, but I have no knowledge, nor do I care. It's Friday night. I'm getting ready to go out and enjoy myself. I'm getting ready to have a nice weekend. I could give a damn about the client, the Epstein.
That's really funny, too, to be it's Friday night. I don't care about the list. I'm going out to party. It's you're on a show right now, dumbass. They didn't spring this on you. This was scheduled. You scheduled to go on Chris Cuomo's stupid News Nation show. They didn't spring you weren't in bed and Chris Cuomo was like, Stephen A. Smith, I need your opinion on the client list. No, you got called. He's like, I ain't got time for that. You're like, you clearly do. You have nothing but time for stuff like this, brother. You sit in front of a microphone and talk all day, every day. You have plenty of time for this. What are you talking about? This is so weird. No one is asking for Stephen A. Smith's opinion on the Epstein list. Why is he going out clearly trying to cover for like It's fucking weird, dude.
Incline. This has no effect on me whatsoever. I have a life.
I mean, it does have an effect on you because a lot of the people are politicians and they're clearly getting blackmailed. And because they don't want the footage of them having sex with teenagers coming out, they are passing laws in a certain type of way. So it actually has a huge effect on you. You fucking psycho.
I don't understand for the life of me why this matters so much to these. I'm talking about people losing it. They're crying.
This is crazy. This is actually insane. I would fully accept someone going online going, I don't know much about the Epstein list. I'm not going to talk about it. But if you have a base level of knowledge, like let's go with the mainstream corporate press establishment story, and that is a gentleman by the name of Jeffrey Epstein and his friend his girlfriend Ghislaine Maxwell. They raped over 1,000 people, kids. If that was the story, that would be like, that's crazy. How did this happen? We gotta, like, that's nuts. We have to talk about this. The fact that that happened to that many kids is unacceptable. I mean, and it's so much more than that. It's miles and miles and miles more than that. You know what I mean? So like, this is actually like, I gotta be honest, dude. I'm not trying to sit here and just call everyone a pedophile, but if you don't want me to call you a pedophile, my camera's backwards. Don't do what Stephen A. Smith's doing right now, because you're really going hard to really defend and like downplay this shit. It's genuinely fucking weird.
On camera, they're talking about resignations. They're pissed off about everything. I'm like, really? With all the stuff going on in this country, with all the power that you possess because of the cachet and the influence you have because of your connection.
That's also really funny too, to be like, all the stuff that's going on in this country. Anyway, let's talk about this sports game. I mean, I'm not trying to be a sports ball guy. I love sport. Like I have found a newfound love of sport. I've always been an Eagles fan, but I barely pay attention. I grew up an Eagles fan, so I've always been an Eagles fan, but I've been paying attention hardcore the past couple of years, getting to watch them win the Super Bowl. Even the years they didn't win, they didn't go to the Super Bowl or they didn't win it. The ride's been fun. I understand the pure, visceral, unadulterated joy of being a sports fan, but Stephen A. Smith, if you're going to, this is what we're going to talk about. We got important things to talk about, like LeBron James and if he's going to be good next year, or where's this 20-year-old kid going to go play and make $1 million at next year? Where's he going to go? Anyway, we got to go figure out which high school football player is the best at it and who's going to do the best when he gets to college. I don't have time to talk about unimportant shit like the Epstein files. I got to go talk about who's better, Michael Jordan or LeBron James. That's the most important conversation. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? The fuck are you actually talking about?
To this administration. That's why you upset at Trump. I didn't blame Trump one bit for looking at them and saying, really? That really matters to you? That's really that important? Now, maybe he had a different reason for saying it, trying to be evasive or whatever. I don't know. But I do know this. In the grand scheme of things, it ain't going to affect the lives of over 200 to 300 million Americans. No. I think we'll be just fine without.
I think it will be. I think what's best for the country is that this high-level elite pedophile ring, if we just ask 0 questions about it, the thing we all know exists. You know what'll help the soul of the country? If we just never address it. If we just shove it under the rug, and when we look over at the rug, there's clearly a huge pile of shit under that rug. But you know it'll be good for the country? If we just never bring it up, ever. That's what, if we just ignore it and we go talk about like, maybe we just go talk about if taxes should be higher or lower. That's more important. I mean, they should be lower, but that's more important. It's crazy. This is nuts. This is not you, dude. You don't have to be into this. If Stephen A. Smith came on here and goes, I don't know much about the Epstein file, I don't feel comfortable speaking about it. It's completely fair. And also you go like, hey man, that stuff's really sad. I feel for those people. I'm a sports guy. I'm going to spend my time doing that. Also fair. To come out and actively shame people for wanting to get to the bottom of this is nothing short of, and I'm not trying to be dramatic, is nothing short of psychotic. It's actually psychotic what you're doing right now, Stephen A. Smith. It's actually pretty fucking crazy what you're doing. Anyway, maybe he says just kidding in the last 9 seconds.
Knowing whether or not there was really a client list. I think we'll be okay. It's unbelievable that this is a big deal to me. It really is.
All right. Well, gotta be honest. I gotta be honest. I've never once considered Stephen A. Smith being getting into some underage extracurricular. And I don't think this is enough for me to say he definitely did, but brother, I gotta tell you, you're not pushing me away from that thought. You're bringing me in, Steve. You're just reeling me in, being like, think I'm a pedophile. Think I'm a pedophile. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, that was actually nuts. That was actually nuts. That was knucking futz, if I'm being honest. I just imagine starting a pedophile chant at Trump rally and almost accidentally typed it into my work PC. Well, fucking be a man and type it into your work PC. Ruin your life. Yeah, we should, by the way, start these. They should start those chants at Trump rallies. He should not feel, I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to say anything that could be misconstrued. IT is forwarding our activity as we speak. Talk about sports. Yeah, you know what, Stephen A. Smith? Shut up and dribble. Is that racist? I think people say that's racist. I'm not a racist. I'm sorry. I'm not to quote Nick Mullen, I'm not racist anymore. Trump's just playing 5D chess. I really wish Trump was faking everyone out, making them feel safe, and then he gets out of nowhere later on, but I doubt it. It'd be sick if he came from a come from behind victory and just was like, they're all pedophiles. I was playing the long game. Oh, look at that. Slav said shut up and dribble, so that must have been racist. My apologies, Stephen. What's wacky is they were both convicted. It's not a conspiracy, it's actually happening. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, like this, yeah. Like, I don't want to be like Derek's here, but I'm not saying you're a shithead or anything, but you're making a good point. You're like, it's literally a children's game. Putting a ball in a basket is pretty fucking silly, no matter how hard you do it. Yeah, like that's the thing that drives me nuts. And I'm a fan of sports. I love nothing than like a sports documentary. I love seeing like, brother, I love a football player who's like dumb as shit, but he's the best, like a Grok type guy who's clearly dumb as shit, but he's the best fucking football player ever because he's so hyper focused. He's so hyper focused on that sport. So it's like, I love shit like that. I love watching the documentaries. I love seeing dudes get drafted to the NFL. And then like, it was that guy. I love seeing dudes getting drafted to the NFL, and it was like that guy who got drafted to the fucking Patriots, and he's just like making speeches. He's like, I will die on that fucking field. And I go, yes, I love the passion. But like, there's this fucking thing. There's this thing that like sports fans got brainwashed with. And I'm not saying like my shit's not gay, but there's something that sports fans got brainwashed in where it's like the epitome of like being a actual man and being, all this shit. They really get brainwashed into being like, yeah, you know what? I've memorized some fucking rich dickhead stats in college. And that's like a better use of my time than learning about the news or something. I mean, they're both gay, sure. But like yours is arguably gayer and more useless. You know what I mean? Like if every sports fan was like, yeah, I know, but I like it, I would have so much more respect for him. But it's like, dude, if we're gonna get down to it, like your shit's way more pointless and meaningless and useless. You know what I mean? That's my whole thing. It's like it's like how I'm a fan of ska music, but if people are like, I don't like ska, I'm not gonna be like, what? You're actually a fucking bitch. Only pussies don't like ska. It's like, yeah, I get why. I get it. It's silly music with trumpets. I get why people don't like ska. I don't fault no one for watching sports or anything like that. But I experience it a lot as a wrestling fan. I've experienced a lot of sports fans talking down to me as a wrestling fan. I go, you guys understand, like, you're huge fucking pussies. You know what I mean? You just go deep on like how good a bunch of millionaires are at playing a game. Like throwing a ball around and stuff. You know, like this is just to like distract you from things. So like it's one thing if you're just like, yeah, dude, I just like to crush beers and watch the game and shit. It's another thing if you're like, no, I'm actually an expert on this, and you're a fucking loser if you're not an expert on this. You're like, no, that's weird. Like that's crazy. I don't know. My whole point is like, I don't shame anyone for watching sports. I get it. They're very fun. When they're fun, they're real fun. Is cake ska? No, I don't think so. No. Did they put out ska songs? But anyway, yeah, my thing is like I don't fault anyone for watching sports or anything like that. It's the shit talking is psychotic to me. The lack of humility that sports fans have is psychotic to me. Oh shit, look at this. I didn't realize this. Stephen A. Smith's like talking politics. Does that get more views than talking sports? No, I was gonna make a point where I was like, I'm about to bring up I was gonna bring up a Stephen A. Smith clip to be like, yeah, look at this fucking last sports thing you talked about. That's so funny. I love the response. You're surprised, Donald. You're like, that's not like a response. I don't know. Something about the whole like, oh, you're surprised. Wait, so sometimes he wears a suit and sometimes he wears a tank top from. It's a weird inconsistency of outfits. That's crazy. So he's like deep diving on. Oh, so Stephen A. Smith got a huge breakdown of the big, beautiful bill. Who gives a shit, man? I didn't know he talked about all this stuff. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, that guy just seems like Cake is borderline mariachi. Are they? Suicide Machines Destruction by Devil's top 10 albums for me. Yeah, Suicide Machines is a really good I hadn't listened to them for the longest time, and then I listened to them recently because I was watching. Oh, go check out this band called Cosmic Joke. They sound like old school 80s and 90s like West Coast punk. They sound like Descendants meets Bad Religion. And he was talking about the Suicide Machines. And I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about them. And I was listening to Suicide Machines. They're really fucking good. I forgot how fucking good they are. They're probably top. They might be top 5 ska bands. Definitely in like the modern era. Because it's hard to compare some of those ska bands because you go back to the specials. And it's like there's, everyone talks about the the third wave ska. Like there's different waves of ska. So it's like there's super reggae ska, and then there's ska that's, heavily reggae influenced, but it's like sped up a lot more. And then there's ska that's just punk music with horns over top of it. And then there's whatever the fuck Streetlight Manifesto is. So if we're gonna get technical, it's hard to really sit down and go like, what are the best ska bands? Because it's like, how do you fully make that list and shit like that? So, but yeah, Suicide Machines, I might put them top 5. Let's change the pace up. Let's watch this fucking Mortal Kombat trailer.
From New Line Cinema, studio that brought you Cool Hand Cage, Hard to Cage, and Rebel Without a Cage, comes Uncaged Fury. Starring Johnny Cage.
It's showtime.
They pissed him off. They fucked with his shades. They should have brought more guys.
You should have brought more guys.
Uncaged Fury. Coming to a theater near you this.
Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Is that all there is? Is that all that came out today? Ugh. Sorry, that was really mean. I just saw this guy's face. I went, ugh. The band I was talking about was called Cosmic Joke. Actually, let me I need to go get another drink and stuff. Oh shit, they put out a music video? Nice. Let me throw on one of their sets. Yeah, this is where I found out about them. Is it this one or no? It might have been. Oh yeah, I also like them too because their lead singer kind of reminds me of Ian Finance. Yeah, let me play this and I'll be right back.
Bring it in. We're Cosmic Joke. We're from the San Fernando Valley.
Surviving this life back
It's the most selfish act. Why don't you just give back and never heart attack? This next one's a punk song. Let's see a circle pit. Some shit is a disease. Organized crime influencing men. Look out! Look out! Don't worry about the truth. Look out! Look out! Tell you what you wanna hear. Blah! Look out! Look out! Don't worry about the truth. Look out! Look out! We'll tell you what you wanna hear. Move this shit. There's a breakdown of total clarity. The light is rough, steady hand. I'm concerned with fact or fiction. The line is blurred with shaking hand. Ambiguous by design. Premeditated delusion. I've been master all my hand. Cleaner is vision. Here's a punk song for you. Society divided by the haves and have-nots. Measure what you don't got. That makes yourself discontent. Material to jam, listening up for revision. Black out, full still, I like to motivate. Now we're counting for the time you spend. The hell you're climbing, it's not so strong. But I've grown so from the ground, is you king. Base! That's never gonna come. About to act on the back of all the best work you've done. They say patience is a virtue.
Hell yeah. Go check out Cosmic Joke. Did you guys like him? Tony had the best comment. Yeah, straight up Tony Hawk Pro Skater music. If you guys like Tony Hawk Pro Skater, you gotta listen to Cosmic Joke. They're so fucking good. They are they're THPS core. You left Finance Old Ska Band. I did actually what the fuck were they called? Sock a Penny? What the fuck were they called? Sock Full of Pennies? I forget what the fuck they were called. Oh god damn it. The fuck was this ska band? Oh, this is a funny clip. Oh shit. I kind of want to watch this actually. Oh, but to answer your question, I did listen to it, and I actually thought his band was really fucking good.
I think people.
I think Ian's actually like a pretty good guitarist, if I'm remembering correctly.
People dislike ska and punk rock.
Shut up. Ian, shut the fuck up. No, I'm kidding. Fuck this guy, though. I do hate him now. We talked about it on Drag the Lake, if you guys care. My reasoning. Only comedian band I've ever checked out was Ryan Long's band. Yeah, I've checked them out. They're not my thing, but that was kind of funny watching them. This kind of sounds like if Anti-Flag wasn't gay as fuck and rapist. Well, the lead singer was a rapist. The other guys just covered it up. Anti-Flag rips, but they also too sounded the same over and over and over again. I do fuck with the Cosmic Joke's one of my favorite styles of punk. It's because it's a little bit more aggressive. I dig this band for sure. Yeah, go check out Cosmic Joke. They're really good, really bad, really bad, really bad. Oh, very. Jesus Christ. I thought you were calling them really bad. And then I see Religion. I go, oh no, you're comparing them to. Yeah, I think two of their sock full of pennies. Yeah. Penises. Sock full of penises. Is that actually what they're called? I like my music regressive. Fuck yeah, dude.
To a certain extent and stuff, because it does get
What does that mean?
I think people.
What does derivative mean? I hear people say that all the time. God, why does YouTube do that? I don't want it to do that. What does derivative mean? I don't learn words. I don't want to. Oh yeah, I did want to watch that. Derivative is a fundamental concept in mathematics that quantifies how a function's output changes in response. Now, don't give me that one. Is that what he said? Derivative? Yeah, what the fuck does that mean? Not with math. With words. What does it mean with words? I don't care about math. Here we go. Typically of an artist or work of art, imitative of the work of another person and usually disapproved of for that reason. Oh, I see what derivative means. I see what derivative means. It's like it's an artist who is not in the slightest bit derivative. Same old, derived from something else, borrows too much from a source. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. I don't know. I was talking to some people and watched some videos, and I realized how shitty a lot of these language-based AI models are. So I'm actively trying to use them as little as possible.
That's why there are different waves that were almost like genre changing, because at a certain point
you know what you know why that happens a lot of time with music is it's the songs, it's the styles of music that are easily replicated. So that's why a lot of bands that were inspired by the Ramones are really derivative, because like if you look into, I don't know how much you guys know about playing guitar, but if you take the time to learn the basics of guitar and then look in how to play a Ramones song, it's actually shocking how simple it is to play a Ramones song. And so it's super easy. The formula for a Ramones song is very straightforward and very obvious. So it's actually yeah, I get that now. So a lot of bands that sound like the Ramones become very derivative because it's super easy to imitate. And it's kind of the same thing with ska. Ska can be a super easy thing to create and imitate another band. Yeah, a lot of hardcore music is derivative. I don't get critical of it because I like it. But so it's like I always joke, hardcore music for me is like if there was just like when I see like the Sound and Fury lineup, it to me it's just a bunch of blondes with big fat titties, and it's like by the 10th one you're like, oh my god, blonde with big fat titties again. But also too, realistically, you're just gonna be like, you're gonna be like, well, I mean, I'm not gonna not look at them. You know what I mean? Ron Paul 2012, hell yeah. I was really bad at guitar and hated it, but learned how to play Green Day and Ramones in 7th grade. Yeah, that's it. Green Day and Ramones are two really good bands to start off. I genuinely think that's why Green Day stayed so popular. Is a lot of generations of kids, when they learn how to play the guitar, Green Day songs are super easy to learn. And then Sound of Fury throws a beautiful Ebony Queen like Project Platinum stage. Yeah. That was kind of funny. Well, I thought that was like super Project Pat being in there. I thought that was like super appropriate because with like it more so with slam music, but a lot of hardcore music too. Like I saw a video, I want to say it was Peeling Flesh. They were talking about how well hard like slam music and rap fit together. And he goes, dude, take any video of people dancing to rap music, whether it's like a crowd of people or like a choreographed dance, and put like some Peeling Flesh or some Tsunami or a slam band in general over top that video, and it'll line up and make sense. You know, so it's like structurally those two genres have a lot of intense similarities that people don't see initially. Jennifer Love Hewitt 2025, yes. But back to my point about I want to say this before I lose it. I think that's one reason why Green Day stayed pretty fucking popular for a while, is because when you're learning guitar, they're one of the popular bands where you're like, I want to learn how to play this. And then you look into it and you're like, oh, it's actually like really easy to play. It's not like a bunch of extra noodling and shit. Like, I remember I never got that good at guitar, but I learned how to play American Idiot pretty well. I learned how to play American Idiot pretty well. And I never was good at guitar. Yeah, here you go. It's not a complicated song to play. All this shit down here is overcomplicating it. But if you look, so let me give you guys a little lesson why people like will shit on punk music and stuff like that. So a lot of times in punk music, they use these things called bar chords or power chords. I believe bar chords is the right term. And it's very easy. So basically you take usually your pointer finger. I haven't played guitar in a while. And you put it all on one fret. And then to fill out the chord, you put your other finger 2 frets down, and then you put it all. And then if you just play that, it's called a power chord. And those are really easy to play. And a lot of times, punk bands will do something called they'll do 3-chord progressions. So like American Idiot, it bounces between, because I think it goes from 2 to 4. And that's just, I don't remember what the notes are. But yeah, so it bounces between on the, I think that's the E string, the 2nd and the 4th fret, and then to add a little variety on the A string. I can't remember what the strings are, but it bounces up to the 2nd string on the 2nd fret to give it more variety. And the main riff of American Idiot just jumps around these 3 frets. And that's why people shit on punk bands a lot, because the music is not hard to play. The music's not hard to play at all. Okay, I was wrong. It was like the 2, the 4, and then the 4 on the 2nd string. But still, same concept. And it just kind of hangs out there. And then when he gets into the chorus, he hangs out on the 4th. I remember learning how to play this song. He hangs out on the 4th and then jumps up to the 6th, I believe, to just add a little bit of variety, but it stays within the key and shit. EAD, copy that. Yeah, I haven't played guitar in for fucking ever. So he's in standard tuning. Yeah, so that's a good one to point out there, or Drew, I'm sorry. He's in standard tuning, and this is the funniest thing. Yeah, standard tuning. So going back to, wait a minute. God fucking damn it. Okay, you bitch. There we go. So, all right, let me go back. Yeah, let's go up to this one again. So, this guy right now is in standard tuning. So, like Drew said, E, A, D, G, B, E. And a lot of metalcore bands and emo bands and screamo bands, because they were like, we're definitely not going to learn how to play these fucking guitars. They did a thing called drop D tuning. So in drop D tuning, so you take the E Very good, Derek, and the Fed. Very good. So when you go into drop, so this string right here is an E. So you tune down. Yeah, you tune down a note to a D, or no, up. I'm an idiot. Well, no, you do go down. It's drop D. Yeah. I'm sorry. I haven't played this shit in forever. So yeah, you tune down to a D. So then this note moves over here. All these stay the same, but then this note moves over here. So if you wanted to play, it doesn't make playing stuff like punk easier, but it makes like if you're doing like metalcore type shit, sound a little bit makes that stuff to play easier. So if you wanted to play this chord he's playing right now, you literally just take one finger and put it on the 4th fret, and that's how you play in drop D tuning. Which was funny because so you see how he's doing it where he's playing this chord and then he goes down to this chord and then goes up on that. But a lot of times drop D tuning created like a different vibe for the music because you're still having dudes like playing this fret, but they'll go up to this fret. So, when normally you would play on the power chord on the 2 and then go up to the 2, you're now what would be in standard E tuning, you'd be playing the chord on you'd be playing the power chord that would be normally on the 2 and then going up to the 1 on the 4. So it would still be it's what I think created sort of like that alternate sound in a lot of like metalcore and emo music and stuff like that, because you were because of the different tuning, you were inherently moving around the guitar a lot differently. I can play Guitar Hero on a hard. Nice. That would actually be beneficial to your just jerking a guy off. No, to your ability to like move your fingers. You still would have to like learn guitar and stuff like that, but Guitar Hero doesn't teach you anything but hitting notes and understanding rhythm. It did get a lot of people into guitar. That's why I never liked when people shit on Guitar Hero. I go, brother, whatever gets people into the goddamn music. Anyway, thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. Do me a huge favor if you're not on the YouTube, please consider going over to Big Red in the Morning on YouTube, hitting the subscribe for me. I'm trying to get that to 50 so I can monetize it. And if you're on YouTube and you like Twitch, go consider going over to Twitch and hanging out there. Also, there's Rumble if anyone's interested, but I don't really promote that because I know a lot of people don't do Rumble, but it's another option. So I like to do stuff over there. Why the fuck not? Oh yeah, I wanted to watch this clip. Oh yeah, and also just a reminder, I'm setting up this Patreon Big Red Book Club currently. It was funny. I was like, I didn't know if I wanted to start about Program to Kill, but everyone's talking about Epstein, so it might be worth learning more about sex trafficking and shit like that. So yeah, look out for the Big Red Book Club, which half Guitar Hero is a drumming game. It's timing, which is half of Guitar 2. Yeah, that's what I was saying before. It did like Guitar Hero got a lot of people. I know. I talk to so many people who know some bands that I go, how do you know that band? And they're like, Guitar Hero. So Guitar Hero got a lot of people into music they would have never listened to. And I'm always a big fan of that because it's hard out here for these bands and they work really hard and they deserve like a crazier, higher level of success and admiration and shit. And I might be being a little bit of a simp, but what are you gonna do? The fuck is this? Okay, sorry. I was looking up something and trying to talk to you guys. All my boys have a great fucking day. You have a great day too, Tony. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people were mad because like, just go learn a guitar. And you're like, you don't understand. This is a fucking through line to the guitar.
Just redoing the same thing.
Right.
And I think that's what's cool now about all these ska bands that are out is that there is, like a fourth wave and there is new blood and there is new kind of sounds that are coming into it. Whereas like you give the example of Real Big Fish, that album, Turn the Radio Off, perfect, amazing. Follow-up album, incredible. Album after that, couldn't care less. it's kind of the same.
Right.
They have like an album called like Life Sucks, Let's Dance, and it's like, you guys are the Jimmy Buffett of ska. I love music that kind of grows because as a comedian, I'm growing and I'm changing, and I want you to hear me 5 years ago, 6.
Yeah, there's a lot of that is a big thing for bands, by the way, because literally I'm looking up Real Big Fish, and there's a big thing people talk about. Like a lot of bands aren't able to make a 5th good album because there is a cycle of like, you do the album when no one knew about you, and then sometimes that's the one you blow up on, and then like, or like with Real Big Fish, they did Everyone Sucks, and that got them like notoriety. This is usually how it happens. They do Everything Sucks, they get a little notoriety on that. Actually, these aren't in the right order. Wait a minute. Spotify feels wrong. Here we go. Real Big Fish discography. Everything Sucks. Turn the radio off. Why do they rock so hard was after Turn the Radio off. Huh. I didn't know that. I am not giving you money, Wikipedia. Get out of here. Yeah. So like Everything Sucks. That's like sort of got them known in the scene. And then Turn the Radio Off. That was the one they like blew up on. And then, yeah, I haven't listened to this one as much, but Why Do They Rock So Hard is still pretty good. Yeah, I remember there's a lot of good hits off that. And then Cheer Up, I show it some love. I think it's still a good time. But yes, after that, he is right. Like, I remember just seeing, there was something about them calling it like Monkeys for Nothing and the Chimps for Free. And then like seeing the album cover of like the space aliens. And there was a sense of like, oh, they're kind of like phoning it in now. Yeah, and it's just like, I don't know, something about calling your album Candy Coated Fury. You're like, why? What, like, what is this? What is any of this in reference to? You know what I mean? Life Sucks, Let's Dance. Yeah, there's something too about like the album covers. Something about like the way that the album covers are like animated on a lot of these. There's like this like there's just like implication of giving up, of like phoning it in. You know, like that one's animated, but it looks way more like they gave a shit. But yeah, no, there is a real thing with bands, and like, dude, I'm not just making it up. Like, look through it. There's a thing with bands where it's like once they get to the 4th album, it's tough. It's tough for them to like keep it going. That's why we were talking about it on Drag the Lake, but that's why I give major props to Green Day. And I know Pat didn't love Warning, and I understand that there's problems. Like Warning's not the best album, but I still have a soft spot in my heart. But like, I actually give Green Day like 39 smoothed out slappy hours I'm whatever about. Because once you hear Kerplunk, you're just like, oh yeah, it's 39 smooth, but way better. But Kerplunk, oh wait, fuck. Here we go. Kerplunk's a really good album. Dookie's really fucking good. Insomniac's really fucking good. Nimrod's really fucking good. Warning's really good. American Idiot's good. And then 21st Century Breakdown's just sort of like, what if we made a way more mainstream American Idiot? So like for me, actually, and I do got to give props. Revolution Radio was a pretty good album. I actually thought I will ironically, Father of All Motherfuckers. Yeah, dude, look at this. It's like once you start putting in like bullshit animation, it's like a moment. It's like you're acknowledging where we just don't give a shit. We're like, we didn't try that much at all. Like, that's a cool album cover. You're like, oh, we give a shit. Oh, and then they put out Saviors. Yeah, that one, I didn't care for that one. But no, I mean, I'll give it to Green Day. What is this? Like, I mean, do I want to give them? I don't listen to 21st Century Breakdown ever. So for me personally, I don't know if I would give it to them. Oh yeah, and that's when they were just like they struck gold with American Idiot, and then they were kind of like, what if we just did shit like this all the time? Yeah, I remember when Know Your Enemy came out. It felt super uninspired. It felt like they figured out a formula, because 21st Century Breakdown just reminds me of like American Idiot shit. it just felt like they tried to recreate the magic of American Idiot, and it was just whatever. So I'm not going to count that one. But dude, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 albums, and they're all really fucking strong. Like, you don't get that ever from a band that big. But yeah, people don't talk about it, but that, like, look up your favorite band and see if they, and like, be honest with yourself. Like, do they really fucking hit? You know what I'm saying? Do they really fucking hit? And it's like, the actuality of the situation is most bands have like a strong 4-album run in them, and that's it. And I'm not faulting them for that. I mean, brother, dude, if I was in a band and I wrote one, if we had one song that got crazy popular and just became the quintessential soundtrack for people in certain situations, I'd be happy with that. So, making one good album is a fucking monumental feat, but the average band that's really good crushes. That's why, to me, dude, Every Time I Die is an anomaly. Cause, like, I'm gonna keep it a buck, and I am a super fan, but I'm a super fan because they're so fucking good. But yeah, if we go to their discography, here we go. Damn, my wife's making something good out there. Yeah, Last Night in Town. It might be their weakest album, but it fucking rips. Hot Damn rips. Gutter Phenomenon rips. Gutter Phenomenon. I would genuinely ask Every Time I Die, if you're watching this, please remix this album, because it's a little flat, but musically, and it's like, it's clearly their attempt to go a little mainstream, whatever. This one was fucking great. Wait a minute, you're telling me their later albums did better than Gutter Phenomenon? Huh. I never would have guessed that. I would have guessed Gutter Phenomenon was their biggest album to date. But anyway, Big Dirty and New Junk Aesthetic, they're not the main ones I go back to, but there's a lot of good these albums are really fucking good. X Lives, a little experimental, but really fucking good. And then, yeah, From Parts Unknown, Low Teens, Radical, amazing albums. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. To be like, to have zero stinkers 9 albums in is actually nuts. And Every Time I Die deserves their due. What are you saying? What are you guys saying here? Guitar Hero made me hate all the songs that are in through because I heard them 5,000 times. That's fair. I play the banjo because I love telling people to turn the fuck around in my swamp. That's really funny. I love ska, Desmond Decker, Prince Buster, Judge Dredd, old skinhead reggae ska. I just like most ska punk, though. That's fair. If that's what you like, I get like a Real Big Fish or Less Than Jake not being your jam. Although I will defend old Less Than Jake. Which albums were they? I forget the names of them specifically. But butter on the dog. Yeah. Yeah, like Losing Streak, good. Hello Rockview, good. Borders and Boundaries. Which one was that? Yeah, Anthem was really good. Dude, and I gotta be honest, like, look at that. I forget what was on Pezcore. Yeah, it was pretty good. This one does, for me personally, this one doesn't like. Oh fuck. And I forget exactly Borders and Boundaries. What was on that one? Oh, Look What Happened. Okay, yeah, there's some good shit on here. Some good shit. But yeah, dude, it's like Less Than Jake's the funniest example. Losing Streak, Hello Rockview, Borders and Boundaries, Anthem. Great 6-song run. Great, I'm sorry, 6-song, 4-album run. The fuck was that? And then boom. I mean, put out one of the worst albums ever. It's like crazy. And then all their other stuff's been good, but it just literally, it feels like they haven't been able to like full. Actually, I heard this one was good. Gainesville, Florida. I heard this one was good. But yeah, it feels like they haven't been able to fully recover since that fucking album. Band should go forever. They should start a new project and do reunion tours. I have to pretend Metallica quit in 05. Else, otherwise, I will hate them now. Yeah, I think bands. Bands need to embrace side projects way more. Because I think a lot of times the reason bands get funky is because they have a lot of like artistic expression inside of them they need to get out, and they don't get that out fully in their band. Because it's, and also too, it's like once your band establishes a sound, you like, I say this as a fan and not a musically artistic person, but it's like once you have established a sound, you should sit in that sound. You should stay in that realm to a degree. You know what I mean? Like when I'm listening, when when I like a band and they just put out an album that's just like a whole other thing, you know, sometimes it works. Like Newfound Glory put out like a soft rock album that ended up being really good. But if you're just doing a 180 on your style, it's like fucking annoying, you know? So it's like, that's why I heavily encourage bands to do side projects and to like not get a fucking ego about them. Your first album is your best material because you have been writing it forever and are extra inspired. Second sucks because you write it too fast. There's when you try new ideas, win or fail. Yeah. It's always weird that the first album's the best. You know what I mean? Like to me, most comedian, I think Ian was kind of getting at it in this clip. Oh yeah, I thought that's what you meant, Derek. Most should not go forever. I'm always curious why bands don't get better. Bands like every one of the reasons Every Time I Die is like my favorite band is like they just got like I think Radical's their best album. Kubla Khan's kind of like that. They only get better with every album, but it's always weird these like a lot of these mainstream bands, not even mainstream honestly, like I think it's the bands that are more like representative of a trend rather than just trying to like put out something artistically satisfying. You know what I mean? So, and then you kind of get in this weird place with your sound. And then like the more you do that, the more you sound dated and it just puts you in a weird pocket. I think that's what's happening with them, but it is always because comedians 9 times out of 10 only get better. I don't know what comedian, like obviously there's a fall off. Everyone talks about it with like fucking, it happened to Carlin and people. It's like, it doesn't make him any less of the GOAT. I know people talk about it with Chappelle right now where he's still really funny, but a lot of his sets will be like, let me drop some knowledge on you, you know, some shit like that. But that's not, you know, that's not the norm. It like I feel like if you're a comedian who's like, I do comedy, like, you know, you can act and do all the other shit, but if you're like, I do stand-up comedy, that's my main thing. I don't know if a lot of them necessarily, like how many of them get worse. They may plateau. I could definitely name some names about who were great and then kind of plateaued. I don't know any comics who like act. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't think of anything that actually get worse. Oh damn! I didn't know, Drew. I didn't know you're so knowledgeable in the ska. I was into a bunch of ska punk, like Against All Authority, Choking Victim, Leftover Cracks, and Flash Food, Close Skulls, Scoidats. Nice. Rancid, No Effects need to quit. They're my favorite band, but they are ruining their legacy. Yeah, they could go for they could probably hang it up. Respectfully. Have you heard the band Geese and the solo album dropped by their singer Cameron Winter? No. I'll throw them on the Spotify. I love music suggestions, so I will throw them on the Spotify. I haven't listened to much. What's their album called? Oh, they got a new one coming out called Getting Killed. A lot of bands do change sounds over time, but stay within the same umbrella. 80s agnostic front sounds nothing like 90s to 2010 agnostic front era. Each is different, but it's all hardcore at the end of the day. You know which two bands sort of like kept their sound but never got worse? Is Terror and Hatebreed. Like, maybe I don't listen to them enough, but like I could hop in on any Terror album and I have no idea what year it's from. Same thing with Hatebreed. You could hop in on any Hatebreed album, but I'm listening to their music all the time. Did Dane Cook get worse? I don't know. I'd have to. Well, the hard part is like you got to see comics live to really know. I think he definitely, he's like in his mid 40s, dating children, going on doing like Instagram lives with like, he looks like a plastic doll. And I say this as someone who loves Dane Cook, who would fucking kill to meet him. So I'm not trying to talk shit, but yeah, has he fallen off a little in his personal life? I don't know if he's worse though. Louis C.K. has plateaued or got worse with him. I disagree with that. I'd have to. I haven't watched a lot of his newer shit though, but Louis seems like a dude. I've always joked like Louis seems like a dude who'd be weird to hang out with. Possibly, I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I would kill to hang out with him. What am I fucking talking about? You know what it is? It's not that I think he'd be weird to hang out with. I think he wouldn't like me. So I think I'm being defensive. But yeah, no, that's my only worry is like from what I've gathered about how Louis is, I think he wouldn't like me. So like I use that. I think I said that as a defense mechanism. But yeah, I just don't Louis' demeanor and how he is, I feel like he wouldn't like me. So that's why part of me wouldn't want to hang out with him necessarily, because I'm like, he's just gonna think I'm a fucking, because I know his vibe and I know what my vibe, and I go, you're gonna think I'm a loser. So let's just avoid that and never meet. That's why I'm avoiding Louis C.K. Also, I know he's just gonna get me to jerk off and I'm gonna love it. They don't necessarily get worse, but they tend to get pretty preachy. Yeah, that happens. 3D Country is pretty solid. What's that? Oh, their album. Yeah, Chappelle. The Preachy comic is the lame comic. Yeah, that's the yeah, Louis on PITM would not go. Yeah, that's kind of like my point. Like I think like my vibe, and especially our vibe on PITM, I think Louis would look at that and go, this is retarded. Because Louis is also a type of guy who like will not, like, he's himself all the time. You know what I mean? So if he doesn't like it, he will make it known. And I can't imagine he would like my energy. But, hopefully I'm wrong, because he is one of my goats. So that would be cool if it was a cool interaction. But, whatever. Hey, I did want to watch this though. Ian was kind of cooking. Yeah, if you don't let your opinions on ska get made fun of, you're a dork. You should, yeah. No audio. Oh fuck, there's no audio. Shit. I don't know why there's no audio. That's weird. Let's try that again. Please play the video. Fuck. That happens sometimes on this fucking app. Sorry, guys. I do not mean to do that. That happens sometimes on here, and it's really annoying.
I was shocked that ska fans,
is that a ton of bands weren't evolved. Like, I love Less Than Jake, but it's like, it's all the fucking same. That's why I think the bands coming out now are really, really, and that's no knock on Less Than Jake. They're fucking great. They're
Great
iconic
band.
in the canon of ska. But I think that's why there had to be different waves, because if you do the same all throughout, it's going to suck and people aren't going to like it.
So I made this video called What's Killed Ska Punk. And I mean, it is an objective fact that stuff was popular for a little bit, and then it became not popular, and even the people in the bands would tell you that.
Totally.
And I was not expecting to get a backlash from that video, but I did. They were very angry, and every time I've ever made a joke about ska, like, I don't understand how someone can take Real Big Fish so seriously, and they've really...
Any opinion about Finn and him admitting to not caring about music at all while having a podcast? We did do an episode of Drag the Lake where I went in on it. So, and those were, I'll probably be a little nicer now answering your question. But if you hear when they're more raw and me, Finn, if you want to, I'm trying to find me talking about it. Okay, this is taking me longer than I wanted to. Andy Finn. Where is it? I don't know. Okay. You guys can go back and Drag the Lake and look for it. It happened around the time. It happened literally right after he made the announcement. Yeah, I thought it was like super fucking annoying because he Finn quit YouTube, says he doesn't have interest in music and was just doing it for the money. Yeah, that annoyed the fucking shit out of me. And it you know what it was? It was because he was kind of crying about it, about people being mean to him. And I go like, yeah, man, you're acting like a dumb fucking, you're acting like the shittiest version of a capitalist in like an artistic, like an artistic thing. And so like for the longest time I would defend him because I thought he actually was a smart guy and he had good opinions. And it's always nice too seeing people in these music spaces who don't sort of align politically with like all the traditional ones that you're like, you have to be, or else people act like a complete fucking Frieza about it. So like I would always defend him and shit because I thought he had good opinions and stuff. And I fucked with him. And I thought his videos were good. And he was a cornball sometimes. He put clickbait and shit and everything sometimes, but I thought he was more good than he was bad. And then to just be like, well, he was also too, I think he was trying to just be a little bit salacious to get people off his ass to like just completely ignore him. But I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? I'm even saying that out loud and I'm not even necessarily sure I believe that. But like, I don't know. It really fucking irritated me because I got the dude's back on certain situations. And then it just was like, oh, everyone was 100% right about you. You're a fucking bitch, So it really pissed me off. And I was also too like, it was annoying me because he was like, oh yeah, the way people are. I was like, yeah, because they know you're a phony. You know what I mean? It's like, it's your own damn fault. You're putting out incredibly negative energy. People sense that you're a huge phony and they're going to treat you like a huge fucking phony. They were right. So stop crying that everyone's being mean to you. And then to just find out, he's like, yeah, I'm quitting music to go do, the fuck was it? It was like multi-level marketing or some shit. I go, ugh. You're just going out to help people build up their brand so we can have a bunch of fake bullshit on the internet more. Just a bunch of fake people with their quote unquote brand with all this shit. I was like, dude, everyone was right about you. You fucking suck ass. You're the worst. And so yeah. I got really pissed and I was like, good riddance, get the fuck out of here. Go be a fucking loser. And, go figure out how to monetize your LinkedIn profile like a fucking loser and all that other shit. It's like, yeah, you're gonna be rich, but you know, you're just like, you're not gonna contribute to the world in any way positive. You're just gonna have a bunch of fucking losers on LinkedIn figuring out how to strengthen their brand and trick a bunch of people into thinking they're not just a bunch of fucking losers. Yeah, media coaching, like, ugh. Oh, it's so lame. It's so fucking lame. Yeah, so fuck that guy, good riddance.
Really made me dislike the genre. I was shocked that ska fans, you know, for being, you would think, a bunch of fun-loving dorks, seemed to be very thin-skinned, defensive, angry people. They called me racist because I didn't like Real Big Fish, the whitest fucking band of all time.
I love that. That's hilarious. It's funny because I feel like people with ska have thin skin in a way because it's always an eye roll. It's like
it's probably because people have been so mean to them, and then they can just fucking shoot it back out at this dickhead online.
a marching band got mad at their parents.
Yeah, Ian Rule. I don't want to watch this anymore. This guy's. I'm angry at this guy now. I am done with this clip. Shout out Ian Finance. Cool ass dude. Few more things I want to get. Dude, I love going longer in the stream than I planned going. It's one of my favorite things to do. Yeah, let's get this out of here. Bye, Ben. Called you gay already. Fuck off. Dinesh D'Souza, big time loser. Dinesh D'Souza, big time loser. Wait, what are these notes? The first federal here. Okay, let's watch this. I wanted to get into some of this stuff because Trump is not just going. Trump's not just going like, who gives a fuck about Jeffrey Epstein? Which a lot of people, I talked about in the video we posted yesterday, a lot of people are doing that, which is an interesting strategy in my book. And it is like, you know, if you want to hold on to like any small level of credibility, it is what you got to do because there's like so much information out there. There's so much information out there about it where it's like, you can't just be like, this is all made up. You have to be like, this isn't you have to sort of angle it in a way where you're like, this is not important to talk about. But yeah, I wanted to watch these because apparently there's these two videos. There's these two videos going viral of Trump like double, triple, quadrupling down on the Epstein shit to the point where he's literally calling it a Democratic hoax, which is it made up Democrat hoax, which is very funny. It's very funny that the Democrats would make it up and then put Bill Clinton in there. Just like, no, they're just making it up to come after Trump. Also, we're going to implicate a shit ton of Democratic people in here. You're like, all right, dude, it's a fun angle. We'll see how it works, but let's see what Trump has to say.
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing. And in terms...
Wait, is this one longer? Yeah.
No,
I know, same. It's the same length.
She's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, and I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were...
So the Epstein files aren't just... It was a nothing burger. Now they're just not real. I gotta give it to him, man. He doesn't give a fuck. He's got balls of goddamn steel. There's something to that where you're like, that's why you're so successful. Because you'll just go on the news and go, Epstein files are made up Democratic hoax. And you're like, I know that's bullshit. I will figure it out later. Like, dude, I gotta give it to him. That's crazy. That's crazy behavior, dude.
Were made up by the Biden information, you know, we went through years of that.
Oh yes, Biden did that, but it like, you know, Epstein goes back till a while ago. You know what I mean? The shit didn't start happening in 2020. You know, he was hanging out with everyone back in what was it? Did he start? I know his when did he started doing some of the bad shit? Was it in the 90s? Like, yeah, dude, it's been a while.
With the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through, we've gone through years of it.
Yeah, that's funny too, because it's like the difference between that and the Russia thing was like the Russia thing, they made a bunch of claims and then we found nothing to back them up. The thing with the Epstein is they made a bunch of claims and then we found a bunch of stuff to back that up. You know, like pictures, like was there that picture of Bill Clinton getting the back massage by the girl who was like associated with Epstein? I mean, there's pictures of Prince Andrew and Ghislaine, and like there's pictures of you with him back in the day. I don't know. Bold move, Trump. I got to give it to you. Bold fucking move.
But she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah. No.
Okay, interesting. So yeah, what are these? Wait, I'm curious what these different what's this called again? Community notes. Obama and didn't oversee Epstein plea deal. Wait, what is this about? The first federal investigation of Jeffrey Epstein was launched and closed under George W. Bush. A new federal investigation was launched in July 2019 under Trump after Epstein was arrested in federal sex trafficking charges. Like, you also started it, I guess. That's really funny. I didn't know that. That's very interesting. A timeline of Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell scandal. Okay, that's gonna have to move. Wait, where was it? Federal prosecutor. Oh, also too, it is funny being like, oh, it's a Democratic hoax. It is funny to be like it's a Democratic hoax, and then to just be like part of your campaign running for president is like, I'm gonna release this. Are you? You're gonna release the Democratic hoax? I mean, maybe he didn't know at the time, but like, you know, if you found this out, why are you waiting to tell us right after you're getting called out immensely for it? Epstein died in August 2019 prior to President Biden. That's funny. Yeah. A lot of that stuff happened. All right, and then here's the other one. He's going to keep doubling down. It's not Patel or Bongino or Bondi who is pushing the cover up. It's Donald J. Trump.
Mr. President, I know you've urged people to move on, but I'm curious, why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested in the Epstein story and so upset about how it's been handled?
I don't understand. I did promise them that I would release it, but beyond that, I have no idea.
I don't understand it. Why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life.
That's crazy. He was never a big factor in terms of life. Yeah, except a bunch of you guys were on his fucking island, and a bunch of you guys were. It's like he was hobnobbing with so many elites. But yeah, he was never a huge factor in life. Just, you know, had surveillance he had secret cameras in all the walls of his houses that we all partied at. It's weird. It's been interesting seeing MAGA infighting over this. Yeah. I mean, props to how many people in the MAGA movement are like, yo, what the fuck, dude? Because I think a lot of normal people are like, this is crazy. We're not putting up with this. This is fucking nuts. Damn, really starting to be able to hear Trump's dentures. I didn't notice that. Let me back that up.
He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't. And the credible information's been given.
I mean, I don't know how many times I have to. I am repeating myself, so I won't go as fucking nuts as I've been going. But it is just like, what's the fascination? What's this fascination of a dude who just got away with raping over 1,000 kids and probably more? And What's the fascination with all, why do you guys give a shit that all these celebrities have connections to this this elite pedophile and shit like that? You're like, it's just like, what are you guys talking about?
Don't forget, we went through years of the Mueller witch hunt and all of the different things, the Steele dossier, which was all fake. All that information was fake. But I don't understand why the
Interesting move trying to compare it to the Steele dossier, which, like I said before, it's like, yeah, they made a lot of claims and there was no evidence. Now we're making a lot of claims about Epstein, and there's some evidence and there's some other shit that like really points to some interesting shit. So that's the big difference. That's the big difference.
Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think, well, really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like it.
Is he a child? It's so funny too. He tries to like use like he tries to use like bullying tactics where it's like, I mean, and also too, like, I don't know why they want to talk about it. And I've just been noticing that only like fucking gay guys with little dicks want to talk about it. And you're like, is that that's your move? You're like, yeah, I mean, I would talk about it, but I'm not like a gay pussy. So that's why I'm not talking about it. And you're like, brother, I mean, don't let anyone talk to you like this is like not a big deal. It's kind of actually fucking nuts. And like I can't downplay how insane it is for anyone. I was going off on Stephen A. Smith. I would be going off on Trump, but I've been streaming for a while at this point, and I am slowly losing my energy. So I still have. Don't worry. I'll talk about Trump at the beginning of stream tomorrow, and I'll start screaming about him then. It's what it is though. It's just like this is like the fucking fourth or fifth big thing of like people being like, "What's the big deal?" I mean, if you go back and I posted the one video on this YouTube channel, "What do they got on Trump?" or something like that. I named it something like that. And if you watch that one, I'm going fucking nuts on Trump. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, but now it's like it hasn't even been like a full week, has it? I lost track of time. I fucking talking to microphones too much, but it's been like no time, and like no, it's been about a week. That's right. Yeah, it's been like about a week, and it's like you're still just getting hit with these people just being like, "What's the big fucking deal? Why are you guys fucking bitching?" And you're like, "What's going on, man? What the fuck is going on?" It's like it's not just the plausible deniability is fucking nuts. It's like we all know too much as a nation. So it's like this whole downplaying shit is fucking psychotic. It's fucking weird, man, to just go about it like this. It's like, dude, you're relaying to us. You're playing for a team that is unmistakably evil. You know what I mean? It's not just like a matter of opinion of like, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, whatever a fucking topical thing is. Like say if we're talking about giving out what's the fucking term? The EBT shit? Like government assistance shit. You can make arguments on both sides, like people need a helping hand, which they do, and I think people deserve a little bit of help and you should, if you have the resources to give people a little bit of help, you should give them some help because everyone needs help in this world. And we should all be kinder and more helpful to each other. But also at the same time, like the government doesn't have a right to just steal my money and just give it to someone just because they're in a worse situation, things like that. And it's like some of the people, you see stuff on TikTok that's, some rage bait shit, not everyone on government assistance deserves it. You know what I mean? A lot of people are scamming the system, but like that can really devolve into a very opinionated thing. And there's no like clear cut, for a lot of people. I mean, I don't know. I'm a libertarian, so I think people should help people, but I don't think it should be funded through stealing my money. But also, I'm way more worried about a bunch of other shit. So this is on the bottom of my list of things I'm going to get worked up about. That's just a side conversation. But regardless, however, like there's a lot of that's one that's like a complicated issue and a lot of mixed things about it, and you could have a whole million different perspectives on it. It's important to like dance around it. And, you could understand people's perspective. This one is just like fucking crazy. It's I'm not saying, I guess technically, I don't want to sit here and be someone who goes like, you have to think this way, but it's like, I guess where I'm coming from, and I've been saying this, it's like anyone downplaying this, I go, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? That's kind of like where I'm coming from on that. It's like, what do you got in this to like really go to bat on some shit like this? That's sort of where I'm at on this shit. And it's all weird, and it all feels like I'm looking at people that are just like, where's your humanity, man?
It keeps going. I think really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say let them have it.
Mr. President, a question on AI. How do you want Americans to think about?
Shut up. All right, and then he posted this. Justin Trump triples down and says Democrats' new scam is the Epstein hoax, adding that his past supporters have bought into this bullshit hook, line, and sinker. The radical left Democrats have hit pay dirt again, which once again we talked about it earlier. We are the bad guys now. No, everyone in this chat's the good guy. Everyone in this chat's the good guy. The government don't conflate the shit the government does with us. The government's the bad guys. If you're in this stream, you're fighting the good fight. What are you saying? It's crazy how childish my grandpa acted before he died. Granted, the brain cancer probably didn't help. Jesus Christ. I didn't mean to skip your comment, Drew. The benefits of universal basic income outweigh the bad. That's coming from most of the civilized world. Americans will be left behind. I haven't gotten deep into the UBI stuff, but I got to imagine the people who are for it are not doing the math right. But I also haven't gone deep into it, so I'm not going to argue passionately. And also this idea that like there's a lot of people like if they just had a couple extra bucks, they would be able to like follow their dreams. And it's like, brother, I've met people who do what they want and follow their dreams. Not having access to enough money is not what stops them. So I'm not convinced on the UBI stuff. And also, it would probably just make everything more expensive because then everyone would have like a base level amount of money. And then everyone would be like, all right, well, we know everyone has like an extra $1,000 or whatever the fuck it is a month. So why would we not just raise prices? He helped push the narrative. Is that in reference to your grandma? What did the orangutan do today? Oh, is that in reference to Trump? Yeah, it is actually fucking psychotic how bad his spray tans still are. I've met people with some really fucking dumb dreams. Yeah. You're fucking watching one of them right now. I'm gonna be a commentator and a comedian, a funny guy. Nah. I'm into cool stuff. Everyone else's dreams are gay. That's really funny. So, right, a lot of people's dreams are focused around heroin. Yeah, I mean, I live in Austin. I see it firsthand. Okay, the radical left Democrats have hit pay dirt again. That's so funny. Yeah, it's so funny to be like the Democrats. The Epstein files is a big Democratic hoax. It's like, nope, all you guys got tricked into fucking kids, or did it willingly. Just like with the fake and fully discredited Steele dossier. Interesting move correlating it to the Steele dossier. I get where he's coming from, but the problem is, and this is where education is beneficial. People think like, oh, you can't just be informed. It's like, no, because a lot of people being informed on stuff is a lot more helpful. This is really funny. the lying 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, which the Dems swore had come from Russia. No, it came from Hunter Biden's bathroom. And even the Russia scam itself, a total fake and made up story used in order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in the 2016 presidential election. These scams and hoaxes are all the Democrats are good at. It's all they have. God damn it, the run-on sentence. They're no good at governing, no good at policy, and no good at picking winning candidates. Yeah, the difference is this is not the Epstein files aren't an attack on Trump. It's like, brother, you're all in there. You just are a piece of the pie. You're all in there, though. So this, like, those were all just made up shit to attack you. This is a real thing that everyone, like, a huge portion of the government and Hollywood is implicated in. So it's not, yeah. Anyway, also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters have bought into this bullshit hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson. And is he attacking his base specifically? Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax, and my past supporters have bought into this bullshit hook, line, and sinker. That's really funny. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will, even after being conned by the lunatic left for 8 long years. I've had more success in 6 months than perhaps any president in our country's history, and all these people want to talk about with strong prodding by the fake news and the success starved Dems is the. That's really funny too. I'm like the fucking best, and all you guys want to talk about is this fucking dude who ran a national pedophile ring. Why? Why would you guys want to talk about that? Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking to our incredible and unprecedented success because I don't want their support anymore. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. So is he just kind of like being like, fuck people who like me and think this? Yeah, that's not a good look. That's not a good look at all. Not a good look. Yeah, it just seems desperate. There's not a lot of logic behind anything he's saying. And it's like, dude, I've said it 1,000 times. It's like, no, there's not. Like, once again, the difference is it's like with the Steele dossier, they said a bunch of shit and then there was nothing to back it up. It's like, no, we have pictures of all you guys with Epstein. We have testimony from victims. We have, dude, we were watching the video yesterday about the fucking cell phone we have the metadata, we have pictures, testimony, all this shit. Like there's actual evidence to bring it up. We just need you. It's like we have the pieces. You guys have the ability to put the puzzle together. We're just asking you to get we're just asking for the information to, like, we know this shit is real to one degree or the other. We're just asking you to give us the info to put the pieces of the puzzle together. That's what's happening. This isn't just some like made up fucking thing. Like there's proof of a lot of this shit. We're just asking, like, you guys have more information to round out the edges. Give it to us. So yeah, this is psychotic. Yeah, makes you really wonder, because like the level of desperation in that post makes you really wonder. So yeah, I'm actually kind of scared to find out what actually is going on, but truth is important. So it's what we should strive for. What do you got here for me? Humans shouldn't exist to work. Science and tech means we can extract and utilize resources with an efficiency that removes a lot of jobs. Either that efficiency benefits workers who can work less, but would need supplemental income, or the efficiency. Yeah, I guess like I get what you're saying. Like, well, I don't know. I mean, that becomes like a huge. I got to think about it more, because I don't even know what side. Like when you say stuff like humans shouldn't exist to work, you know, it's like, what do you mean by that? You know, because in the context of like modern society where we're just filled with all these like fake jobs and all these jobs seem pointless and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, humans were, you know, well, I don't know. I mean, if I'm going to get technical on it, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm gonna get technical with it, it's like, what's our purpose anyway? And it's, you almost got to look at life. You almost got to look at life to go like, what do I want out of this? And then you need to do things to strive to go there. You know what I mean? So like, because there's dudes who, humans shouldn't exist to work. Brother, like let's say I did this to, let's say I was actually making enough money to live off just doing this stream. Some people would say, like, if some people were like, hey, you guys sit in front of a camera and talk every day for fucking 4 to 5 hours, most people would look at that and go, that sounds fucking horrendous. That sounds like the hardest thing ever. That sounds like a fucking terrible way to spend my day. I look at that and I go, that sounds super duper fun. So for me, it's just like the shit I'm doing. You know what I mean? So I guess, I don't know. I don't know if that answers your question. And I get where you're coming from. I think the reality of the situation is like, yes, what Dunbar said, humans exist to come. And we need to expose the Epstein files because we need to find out who was coming wrong. No, I completely get what you're saying. But like, I don't know. I think this whole thing of like, what were you saying before? Let's bring your shit back up. I think the whole thing of like humans shouldn't exist to work. I think humans should work. Humans should be more aware. Like humans should probably be more aware of their surroundings and understanding like some of these jobs are like traps. And also let's keep it a buck. Everyone with a dog shit job, everyone with like a dog shit job, if you could pay all your bills, be able to go on nice ass vacations, have a nice car, be able to buy nice shit, be able to provide for you. I'm not just trying to talk about things, but like be able to provide for your family, all that kind of shit. I mean, dude, it's why they get dudes to fucking pick trash all the time, because you get paid really well. You know what I mean? So like there is like sometimes it's not about the fact that the job's meaningless. It's the fact that there's a million people in this world that'll go in 8 hours a day, do a meaningless job. But if they got paid well, or if it wasn't $1 million to exist nowadays, they would happily do that job every day. If you went to a dog shit job for 8 hours every day and then you left and you could buy a nice house, go on vacation, all your shit was satisfied, be able to provide for your family, brother, you'd go in and get your cheeks clapped every day. So I think that whole thing is it's more of a thing of like humans need to feel like their work matters or they have something from their work. That's a bigger, so it's like the bigger issue, and I'm also weary of stuff like UBI because, how are we, like, you got to think about the logistics and the way it's not like you're just going to fucking, it's not like you're just going to tax rich people and now magically, it's not like you're going to tax rich people and now just magically have money to pay everyone. Like, what do they want to do? It's like $2-3 grand a month. I just don't see how that like mathematically works. And then it's like the people who you're going to do that to, they're not actually like rich people, because the actual rich people who they talk about, who they want to tax to pay for stuff like this, they're just going to figure out how to like avoid it. And it's just like, I guess the point I'm trying to make is all roads lead back to make the government smaller, because the smaller the government is, the less money we start wasting, the more stable the currency will become, and then things will be cheaper. And then it's like, you won't care about getting UBI because you'll have enough money. But it's like, nothing in this country has ever made anything better by just, because it's like, oh yeah, that was the other thing I was going to say. The other reality of the situation is they're just going to print up a bunch of fake money. They're just going to print up a bunch of fake money to do this. And then it's just going to, everyone's going to have more money. So it's just because everyone has more money, it's just going to inherently raise the prices. And then because the currency is going to get devalued because they're just going to print up a bunch of fake money, then the currency is going to get devalued anymore. I get where you're coming from like a philosophical standpoint. I'm coming from a logistic standpoint, and I go, this probably isn't the way to solve the problem we have. This probably isn't the best way to solve this problem. I understand the impulse 1000%. I'm saying this probably isn't the best way to solve the problem. And then, the idea that just giving someone free money is gonna then make them a harder. It's gonna happen to some people, I think, but I think broadly speaking, the government just giving you free money doesn't necessarily like benefit your soul. Now, and I'm not talking about people just like getting a helping hand or whatever. And I'm not, like I said before, I think like on like, what the fuck was I saying before? What am I trying to say? Yeah. Does the government have a justified reason to just take my money and give it to other people just because they're in a worse situation than me? No. Am I going to make a huge stink about this? No, this is like pretty low on my list of things I like give a shit about or get worked up about during the day. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on it. I just think, like I was saying before, I just think logistically UBI won't work. Tech means we can extract and utilize resources within also too, this all just feels like central planning. And if you know anything about history, central planning doesn't work really well. Either that efficiency benefits workers who can work less but would need supplemental income, or the efficiency. Yeah. I don't know. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it, but it does seem inefficient and retarded. Brother, life is work. Yeah. I think we live in hell, so stop spreading the garbage men get paid well rumor. Is that not real? Do garbage men not get paid well? Let's look it up. How much do garbage men make? Is that the fake news that Dunbar will not stand for? How much does a garbage man? How much does a garbage collector make? Garbage collectors make a medium salary of 45. All right, yeah, that's not actually. Shit. So the average garbage man makes $45K a year. That's not good at all. All right. Thank you for the clarification, Dunbar. I will stop using that example. I will stop using that fucking example. I respect that, Derek. We live in hell, so. Your boss is your enslaver. Wage slavery is slavery. I think debt is more slavery than wage slave. I mean, a job's just like, hey, I need some money. And they're like, I need some work. Can you do the work for the money? It's like, obviously jobs like fuck you over, but I think it's the debt we get ourselves into is so much more. And a lot of that debt we get ourselves into through, government taking advantage of us because we're naive to some of that shit. Being forced to work is indentured wage slavery, aka debt bondage or bonded labor. You have no choice other than to work or starve. Well, that's also like, that's true in any situation, though. If you don't, if you don't do something to provide for yourself, yeah, you're going to starve. And like most of us don't want to be farmers. So we've set up a society where if you go to a job for a couple hours every day, they give you money and you can buy the stuff. My argument is like, my argument is that like the government gives a lot of these businesses sort of like semi-monopolistic control over certain industries. So like you don't have a lot of options when it comes to certain businesses and shit like that. And these like through the protection of government, these businesses get too much power and shit like that. And then yeah, through bad monetary policy, everything's super fucking expensive. And I go back to my original point. Like if you had if you had plenty of money to pay for this shit, you would not feel the same way about it. And I don't think the route is to print up a bunch of money and give people free money every day. That's just going to raise prices. I think the route is to lower prices, Think about it. Like it's all like you got to think like an economist sometimes because it's all relative. People will go like, the minimum, like, oh, you only make $10 an hour. Well, I don't know. Like when I was in college, I was making $10 an hour. And in my situation at the time, I was like, I'm making $1 million fucking dollars. You know what I mean? But like, it's sorry, I'm getting tired. I'm probably not sounding as intelligent as I should. Yeah. So what the fuck was the point I was? Yeah. I for me, it's like I don't know. I don't look at don't get me wrong. So many like corporations use the government to like take advantage of people, and try to get like an unfair advantage in the market. So I'm not like naive and just looking at big businesses as just like, yeah, they're just doing a service. But like, I guess inherently it's not on its face just like the like wage slavery or whatever. I also too, I'm not familiar with like those terms and shit like that. So I'd have to look into exactly what they mean when people say stuff like that. But yeah, I guess for me, it's much more like the debt we get ourselves into through like student loans and stuff like that. And then the way that the government steals from us by like they basically steal our money by like inflating the currency. You know what I mean? Because like if you have $1 million in the bank now, in a year, like your purchasing power is going to be, that $1 million is going to probably be the equivalent. That $1 million in a year is probably going to be equivalent to like 900,000 something. And then you know what I mean? Like, so they steal, like the government steals money from you, inflating the currency, making everything more expensive, all this shit by like over regulating it and putting on these like central planning type restrictions and shit like that. So, I think, yeah, I'm just sort of it's like, I'm in the fight with you. I just think we disagree on solutions and what the real problem is. Don't they though? I thought they get a pretty solid union that makes sure they get paid well. Well, that one article I looked up, Tony, disagrees with you. Under current systems, most people are forced to sell their labor just to survive under threat of homelessness, hunger, and social exclusion. I don't know. Under current systems, most people are forced to sell their labor to survive. I mean, but that's just like existing. I'm confused. Like, what are you supposed to? What's life supposed to be? You just kind of like, and I'm truly not trying. I'm not trying to be shitty. I'm literally just trying to understand, like, what's life supposed to be? Everyone's supposed to just be able to like kind of chill and do whatever they want during the day. It's like, dude, that's not how. That's not, and it's not a thing of like, no, this is the current system and that's how it has to be. And it's like, no, dude, if you're just thrown, onto a desert island, like you have to work to survive. It's just we've evolved and adapted to create this system that's a little bit more efficient than everyone having like a little farm and producing everything for themselves. It's like, dude, the reality is the work. It's like, no, you have to exert effort to make sure you don't fucking die. We've just sort of adapted to a more civilized version of that. Now, the drawbacks are it's soul sucking. So there's that, but yeah, I don't know. Like, you have to do shit to make sure you don't die. You know what I mean? You have to exist and produce things so you don't die. So it's like, whatever you want to call it, you have to end up doing some sort of work to survive. I understand that like a 9 to 5 can be kind of soul sucking, but it's like, I don't know, go get a job on a rig then or something, or like try to figure out your passion, but you got to do something to keep the lights on. I think humans shouldn't have to work to survive. Well, I mean, don't then. See what happens. You know what I mean? You're kind of just like saying like the government should take care of me. You don't have to work. You know what I mean? But like, you could also go somewhere where they're not going to force you to pay taxes or anything, and then just like create a farm and do all this. It's like, it's hard. You're going to have to do something to exist. Beyond that, humans can work as much as they want to gain more for themselves. The wealth is already here. It's just going to a different place, to your point. Wait, what were you saying? Oh, I got cut off. To your point, though, would create more dependence on government. Yeah, 1000%. That's the other thing, too. It's like, you're just asking the government. You're like, you want freedom, but you're asking for a giant government to completely rule your life. I don't know what this was in reference to. That ain't free choice. It's coercion cloaked in market logic. I don't know. I'm trying to be nice, and I appreciate you watching. It sounds like you're just repeating commie shit to me. And I don't know enough about the verbiage there, but like, it's like, dude, you can do all that stuff, but then at a certain point, reality kicks in. You gotta like do some shit to fucking survive. Is my wife texting me? Oh, that's really annoying. There's a moving truck apparently in front of our driveway. What Dunbar say? I think it's big garbage propaganda. Maybe they get paid in New York City. Yeah, maybe. I'm sure the garbage men have some crazy union that makes them paid way more than any of us. At least they have comfortable, secure jobs because of the benefits. If we can fund machinery of empire, corporate bailouts, and trickle down tax cuts for billionaires, then we can fund freedom. Well, see, that's the thing. That's the problem too, where like, we shouldn't be we shouldn't be funding this stuff, and not just because it's evil. It's because the money's not real. That's the thing. That's what people don't realize, is like, the money all this stuff's getting funded with is not real. So whether it goes to the military industrial complex or it goes to UBI or any of that shit, there's a time limit on that. And the irony is, you know what the irony is? The only reason this shit gets funded is because we have the military industrial complex, and we basically set a precedent that if you guys don't fall in line, we'll fuck you up. And then like Gaddafi, your locals will get you stabbed you'll get fucking raped up the ass with a goddamn bayonet. That's the thing. It's like, our money's like everyone always says money's fake. That's not real. The value of our money is fake. The value of our money is propped up on actually, you know what's funny about our money? Our money is propped up on I was listening to a thing, and like, a lot of the value of our money is propped up actually kind of in a weird way on the debt that we have. Because like, our money's not based off anything, but there's a bunch of people that have U.S. debt, and they're one of the things helping prop our money up is the fact that they're like, I'm getting my fucking money for this debt I got. So yeah, that's the thing when you go on about like, oh, we have funding for the machinery of empire. It's like, we don't. It's made up. The money just comes from nowhere, and that's where it's like, you can't just say like, well, we should have this good thing because everyone would like it. It's like, no, you need to. It's like, basically what you're doing is like you're going to the auto shop and going like, well, no, you should fix my car because that would be beneficial because it would help me get to work. And that guy's going like, yeah, no, but I'm not going to just do this for you for free just because it would help you out. Like, that's not, and it's not fair to just expect that guy to do that. And then it's like him going like, yeah, if you get me such and such money, I'll do it. And then you're standing there going like, you're evil. I really need this and you're like, well, that's not, it's like, who's to say what's right or wrong in this situation? You're like, oh, I need my car fixed so I can get to work. It's like, well, I need to get paid for my labor. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's kind of, and I think where I'm coming from is just like, I probably agree with you top to bottom, like on a lot of shit philosophically. I probably agree with you like on a lot of shit philosophically. I'm talking about like functionality. And if you just like, you need like go take some time, and I'm in no way an expert on this shit, but do yourself a favor, take some time, learn some stuff about economics. If I would suggest maybe check out the Mises Institute, learn about Austrian economics, and you start to understand these. The big problem with like socialism shit and communism shit, it's like, yeah, it does inherently turn people, because you need to like sort of brainwash people to get people on board with that shit, and then it's like a dehumanizing philosophy to the people who aren't on board with it, and it does have its levels of actual evil and stuff. But really, at the end of the day, that wouldn't. The real problem with it is it's just functionally on its own. I think socialism can work in small, like theoretically, socialism could work in small doses if you just have like, if you have like a capitalist society that never goes past like 25% socialism, because that's what happens every time people go to bring up socialist policies in certain countries. It's like, yeah, it's because they have a lot of like capitalistic shit they got a lot of extra money to pay for that shit. You know what I'm saying? But like the big problem, everyone always tries to like talk about socialism and communism about how evil it is. And it's like, yeah, evil shit results from it. But like people need to understand the real problem with it is it's not functionally viable. You know? It sort of puts aside a lot of these like huge benefits of the free market and like laissez-faire capitalism, free market capitalism that are like hugely beneficial to society, where you just have free human beings function in a way with like no, based off of self-interest. And then based off of self-interest, you end up developing, just naturally developing better and cheaper products for people. And then the problem with socialism, it comes in, it's just like, oh, we have the fucking food czar, and you don't have any of these market forces telling you like, you'll just have a rule that's like, well, we need to have more of this, and it's not taking in any what the fuck am I trying to say? It's not taking any information. Like there's no information from the market to let you know the best way to go about doing that. How much of what do we have? Is this a smart idea to even get more of this? You know what I mean? Like back in the day before, they were growing avocados everywhere, it would be a thing of like, yeah, they're not in season. So like, we just can't have avocados right now. And it would be a situation like that with a lot of the stuff, but you would run into a lot of problems because you're trying to centrally plan shit and create a fake environment. So like, yeah, I don't know. I'm rambling. I'm sorry. But yeah, I just think functionality, like I get it. I want everyone to have the most fulfilling life. I think functionally speaking, UBI can't work. That's the vibe I get. I'm not a fucking expert on it. I'll have to read more about it to give more clear, succinct answers. But yeah, that's my bigger thing than anything, because I have a lot of sympathy for people into socialism, because the average person who's into socialism is just like, I just want everything to be chill for everyone. The problem is I think we could make everything way more chill for everyone if we sort of just stopped over regulating everything, embraced more of like free market capitalism and shit like that, and stop trusting the government. That's the problem where capitalism goes bad, is we have a giant government for the businesses to take advantage of. If we don't have a giant government that can put their fucking thumb on the scale and give these businesses a fake advantage in the market, then all that they can do, and I'm speaking a little bit in absolutes. There's obviously some ebb and flow with all this shit, but it's like when they don't have the fake advantage that government gives them, then all they're left to do is compete. And that's how they get more money and more successful, is to then provide the customers with a beneficial product. You know what I'm saying? So I would rather roll my dice with that than socialism and UBI and stuff like that. So that's where I'm coming from. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark. Per usual, I go way longer than I ever expected to go. This was very fun. I love you all. Please, if you're feeling nasty, hit the subscribe button on any of these pages. It don't cost you nothing. Well, actually, no, it costs you on Twitch. If you got an extra Amazon Prime, please check that out. And also, if you want to get deeper with me on other crazy topics, patreon.com. It's still called Big Red in the Morning. I will be changing it to the Big Red Book Club. Look out for that. That's going to be real fun. I'm going to have a good time over there. I love you guys so much. My ass hurts really bad. I'm going to eat some dinner, maybe try to suck my own dick, and then give my wife a kiss. And yeah, man, I love you guys. Thank you so much, Drew, Tonya, Dunbar, Jin and Sin, all the questions. I love having conversations like this. It's a very funny time. It's a very fun time. Derek, can't forget Derek, Cellrat, all the bros hanging the fuck out. I love you all deeply. Bye. Andy, you really should consider communism. So deep with Andy. No, I don't want to. I have considered communism. It's why I don't like communism. Shit, have you guys been commenting this whole time? Wait a minute. Why was it not showing me these comments? I hear that necessity breeds invention. People rise to the challenge. Without challenge, lots of stagnant. I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't realize you were commenting the whole time. It wasn't showing me that. You think I'm paying off my debt before I die alone? That's hilarious. Government's iron slaver. Yes. Money and debt isn't real. It is real. Its value is fake. The world owes itself 300 trillion. Goofy system. Now we owe each other all that money. I'm riding this shit out until total collapse. Fucking Fight Club, dude. I'm running up the number on your pretend plastic accounts, and you want to come for it? I'll just kill myself. Live fast, die young. I can't wait to blow my brains out in front of a collection. Why was I missing all these comments? These are so funny. God, you guys are funny. Use the government courts right back. Libertarian, fielding progressive ideals. Appreciate the honest discussion. Yeah, dude. Brother, I grew up as a fucking faggy liberal, and I'll have those core beliefs till I fucking die. I just think the libertarians have better ideas for solutions. Yeah, and lion is forced to chase its food for miles before it gets to eat. Go move to Idaho and start a homestead if you hate the system. I'm here to get my soul sucked up. Hell yeah. We'd be working 24/7 back in the day, but the fact that it could be way better for everyone right now, but someone is keeping us down. Slavs in the chat. Humans have the means to liberate ourselves with base needs going unfulfilled. The corporations own it all is my main contention. Used to not be so fierce out there. China. Everything is fake and gay. Always been too. True avocado come from Mexico. Yeah, dude, there's a crazy Netflix documentary about avocados and how the fact that white ladies, and let's be honest, all of us, white lady adjacent type behavior, we love avocados. It has made Mexico substantially more dangerous. Hell yeah, sent a raid. Oh shit, there's a raid? Did someone do a raid? Unfortunately, the world is inherently not chill. Yo, cell rat, I'm dying. Death by giant carnitas burrito. Hell yeah. Microsoft's laid off 19,000 people this year so far. If AI came for their jobs, it's coming for all of us sooner or later. We'll need UBI and AI and robots to replace us can be taxed. Yeah, well, AI is an interesting conversation because a lot of times too, these, you'll have these industries where there will be technological advances and then people will be losing jobs, which is sad, but it is which is very sad. It sucks ass. But at the same time, everyone would always go back. It's like, you want to go back to typewriters? You know what I mean? For all that bad that's happened, it's like, I'd still rather a fucking computer and shit like this. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that technological advances. I think the thing with AI, why it's such a worst thing of them stealing jobs, I don't think AI is that big of a technological advancement. I think it's just like trying to recreate human beings. And a lot of the stuff where we implement AI, it's not making it that much better. So that's kind of how I look at AI. I'm glad you made that comment, because it's like there are a lot of areas where it's like the technology got more advanced, and yes, people will lose jobs in the short term, but for the long run, we're just making everything more efficient, and that is good. I don't think a lot of the AI out there is making life that much more efficient. I think it's just like some weird, I don't know. We can get into that a whole other time, because a lot of the people who run the AI, a lot of people who run the AI stuff, they have this like anti-human thing. We can get into AI deeper on another stream, because I still need to learn a bunch more about that. But yeah, the people who run AI don't seem like they like the human race, and that we don't have to be worried about AI, because they'll be turning us into like fucking robots or some shit when the AI takes over. So yeah, I don't think a lot of the ways they're implementing AI, I don't really think it makes people's lives that much better. I don't view AI as like an advancement in a lot of ways. Corporation lobbying is a problem. Yes, that's why you need to make the government smaller. And you consider communism? I made that joke earlier. I have considered it, and it's why I don't like it. I would consider communism. Hell yeah. I rated with 5 people. Thank you, brother. I'm on a restream, so I don't notice those things when you actually do raid me and stuff like that. So let me pull up Twitch and double check that. I really appreciate the raid. It's a cool thing we do over here on Twitch, right? Hell yeah, dude. You're the man. I love you. Kind vibes only. Thank you for the follow. Tainted D-Man, 5-person raid. You're the man. Jin and Sin, thank you for the follow. I didn't realize you did that today. All right. I'm actually going to get out of here. Wait, let's double check. Did people comment? No. I'm actually going to get out of here. I love you guys. Please hit the subscribe on things if you're feeling nasty, if you want to support the Big Red Machine. If you like these streams and it makes your day job better, please consider joining the Patreon or sending me a couple bucks, or just, maybe just show me a picture of your penis. That's the bare minimum. And also send me a galaxy, because I need a galaxy. I won't answer a question until you send me a galaxy. Shout out Hub's Life, dude. But yeah, check out all the shit. Big Red Book Club will be in full effect by the end of the week. I recorded an intro. I'm going to read a chapter today or tomorrow. I love you.